to take the catch, unfortunately, for 6-gun grill Western Province. And Tabete, probably the third one that she's actually played in the air in that region. And now it is Jones that takes a step or two forward at extra cover. And there is no run taken on that occasion. Sure. Right, you're back with us here at 6-gun grill Newlands, and nothing much further to report there. 65 for the loss of 2 after 18 overs, batting at about 3.6 runs per over. Kirsty Thompson has been by far the most aggressive of the batters so far for the DP World Lions. She's going to be facing Leah Jones of Western Province. Leah Jones bowling from the Kelvin Grove end of the ground, named after the Kelvin Grove Club, which is at the northern end of the ground. And she will be towards us now. And she's going to be bowling past umpire Gaynor Sabola. And she's in now. And that's nicely played by Thompson, but only as far as Delmi Tucker, who is coming around from her position at backward point. And there is no run. So we have for the right arm over the wicket Jones, we have a fielder at third man. That's Sarah Smith. Sarah Smith here at third man. We'll go through the field now for you. That's played very nicely in the gap at mid-wicket. Nothing that Tatum LaRue can do to cut that one off as it's angled into the pads from Leah Jones. So natural delivery is the one that goes in towards the right-hander. This one just starting a little too straight, and Kirsty Thompson has been pretty ruthless on anything either over-pitched or short outside the off-stump. So anything over-pitched on the legs, she's been able to play away. Anything short outside the off-stump, she's played a couple of delightful cuts through the cover region. It's going to be Jones again. This one, very good delivery. And just played into the covers. Tucker comes around from her position at point and field. So we've got a third man, a point person on the deep cover boundary. That is Laura Goodall. We have Kelsey Adams in at extra cover. Nadine de Klerk at mid-off. Tatum LaRue at mid-on. Gemma Buerta at mid-wicket. And that's over the head of Buerta and way past LaRue, and it will go down to the boundary at a wide-ish mid-on for another 4, again angled into the pads, and Thompson is taking full toll of these deliveries as she did earlier on with the first and only maximum of the game when she hit Delmi Tucker deep over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. With the wind, it must be said, wind coming from the northwest here today at Newlands, and it'll be Jones yet again. And that again, full toss on the line of middle and leg, and that is punished down to the square leg region for another 4. This one going down to the railway stand, and that is a good shot from Thompson. She is in fine form, and with 3 deliveries, she goes from 33 to 45. Leah Jones just missing her line and length at the moment. She's been so good so far, only for her 4 overs, 0 for 13. She's now 4.5 overs, 0 for 25, 12 off the over so far, taken by Kirsty Thompson. She's on 45, and the score has gone into the 70s, 77 for the loss of 2, as Smith gets that one. Sorry, Adams gets that one on the knee at extra cover. There is no run, and that probably is the last we shall see of Leah Jones for a while. She looks like she's just struggling a little bit. Either that or she's signaling to somebody in the crowd. No, she's not. It's she is struggling a little bit there. I think she just perhaps pulled something maybe on her left hand side. So she's just stretching that left arm up in the air. A bit of a conference going on here between the captain, Nadine de Klerk, and also Andre Steen, just trying to think about what are they going to do next. What's the next bowling change going to be? And perhaps it's going to be the strike bowler de Klerk, maybe, who's going to be coming in from that the Kelvin Grove end, but it's going to be Nosipo Vezi to continue the attack. 2 overs, 2 runs, no wickets. She's been incredibly economical bowling to Tabete. One thing that they've not been able to do over the last few overs is rotate the strike. It's Vezi away from us, and that's a full toss, and that's played straight to extra cover, and that is the captain, Jones. So for Tabete, we have a player at a shortish shortish third man. We have points, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a deep square leg, 5-4, offside leg side field. Vezi away from us now at the Weinberg end, very well bowled into the block hole. Tabete, who is on 11, still on 11, off now I think it must be 55, 56 balls, 54 deliveries for that 11, playing the sheet anchor role for the DP World Lions. Thank you very much to our scorer here, Sherry, who's just shown me that, and that's straight back to the bowler, just out of your screen on the offside. And so Kirsty Thompson, who has a 45 off just 43 deliveries, 7 4s and 1 mighty 6, as it's Vezi in again to Tabete, straight back once again to the bowler. Tabete struggling here to get the ball off the square. She was dropped in the last Vezi over by Leah Jones at extra cover. Jones on that occasion was slightly deeper. She's come in 1 or 2 paces and trying to just snaffle up that chance perhaps that comes to her. Oh, another one that is played off the inside half of the bat by Tabete. Tension perhaps building a little bit, although Tabete looking very calm out there. Just nothing seems to ruffle her at the moment. 5 balls gone in the over, yet to score off this particular Vezi over. A good delivery, and that's played down the ground. Andre Steen runs in from long on and does the fielding, and so they take a single first for the over, and that is the end of the over. 20 gone, and it is 78 for the loss of 2. So just to give you these sort of milestone scores in those 10 overs. 44 runs scored without loss, so certainly something the DP World Lions will be happy about, that they haven't lost a further wicket. And Kirsty Thompson in this partnership of 56, which almost went unnoticed that they got to this partnership of 56. She has scored 45 of those runs. So dominating the partnership is Kirsty Thompson, but she is not going to be on strike, as it is indeed Nadine de Klerk, who's going to be bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, replacing her captain Jones. Looking for a wicket here, 6-gun Grill, Western Province. And any wicket, I think, will do for them at the moment, just to get a new batter in there and perhaps expose the new batter, as it's de Klerk into Tabete. And that's some good work done down the leg side. I think Sanala Jafta just getting something on that, and that was off the pad of Tabete down the leg side. Perhaps de Klerk just getting away with one there. Cleaned up, it was behind here from at fine leg by Vezi. So for the right arm over de Klerk, medium pacer, we've got a third man point, deep cover point on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep mid wicket, square leg, that's Gemma Buerta, and we have a fine leg. De Klerk towards us now, and that's played back towards the bowler, and they won't take a single there. Leah Jones is round very, very quickly from mid off. De Klerk in towards us now, and that's played up in the air and straight down the ground. Beautiful shot from Thompson, and that is another maximum, and that takes her to 51. That is Thompson who goes with that shot from 45 to 51. Sumptuous drive straight back over the bowler's head, and you cannot play almost a better shot than that in cricket. Kirsty Thompson signaling to the away dressing room and raising her bat, as well she should. The mainstay of this batting attempt here by the Lions, and they are now on 85 as de Klerk just drops the ball as she's running in. I think perhaps transferring that from left to right hand. 85 for 2 now in the 21st over. That was a glorious drive lofted back over the bowler's head for 6 runs, as it's Thompson on strike. 5th ball of the over from de Klerk, and that one is a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. 1 ball left in the 21st over. Run rate at the moment is just over 4 to the over, nearly 4.1 to the over, as it's de Klerk again towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. Ooh. And that's well played by Thompson. She'll keep the strike, which is exactly what her captain, Fourie, will want. The scoreboard is incorrect. They are 1 ball ahead of us. We still have 1 delivery left, and 1 delivery left to Nonkululeko Tabete. Thompson 52, Tabete 12. That's played back to the bowler, and nothing further to report. 86 for loss of 2 after 21 overs. So 4.1 runs to the over now for the Lions, and they are going along quite nicely. 22 for 2 was the score at one stage. Kirsty Thompson coming to the crease and able to build a very good innings of 52. She had dominated this partnership of 64 with Nonkululeko Tabete, and it is going to be Thompson who will actually face up to Nosipo Vezi for the first time. Vezi, 3 overs for 3 runs. And what will Thompson do here? So field is a third man just outside the circle, probably going to be walking into the circle. I think going to have to be careful here because there are currently, she's going to have to be inside the circle by the time the ball's bowled, and she is indeed. That's very nicely played by Thompson, but only as far as Leah Jones at extra cover, and there is no run. So we have a short third man, point, deep point, cover point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a person at deep backward square. It's Vezi into Thompson. She's down the wicket, skews it up in the air. That should be taken, and Delmi Tucker takes the catch. Brilliant catch there from Delmi Tucker. And that is the end of Kirsty Thompson. Hugs all around there. Sinalo Jafta and Nosipo Vezi having a hug. And certainly that is the big wicket of Kirsty Thompson. Looked set there for a fantastic innings. She already having scored that 52 that she got off. How many deliveries was that? 48 deliveries. So 48, perhaps 48 deliveries for that 50 from Thompson, and Vezi, who has been so economical in her bowling so far, just tempting Thompson to go for that ball which was slightly over-pitched, and she played it off the outer edge of the bat into the air. Delmi Tucker, they're never easy, these catches, running back from her position at point, took it over her shoulder, and a good catch from the Proteas off-spinner and middle order batter. And so it is. The third wicket goes down for DP World Lions with the score on 86. A partnership there of 64 for the third wicket between Tucker, Tabete and Thompson. And I've got Tucker, Tabete and Thompson all involved there. So all the T's, and that one judged to a T indeed by Tucker as she took it over her shoulder. Western Province are very happy with that. Lions will be disappointed that their batter Thompson, Kirsty Thompson, with that outstanding innings of 52, has to make her way back to the pavilion. So Vezi has been exceptionally economical, as it is going to be Karabo Meso, the South African under-19 wicketkeeper and middle order batter, who has now made her way to the crease, and it will be Meso to face Vezi, Nosipo Vezi, with that huge breakthrough, it must be said. She's away from us now at the Weinberg end to to Karabo Meso, and there is no run. Big wicket there for Nosipo Vezi. She's up into Karabo Meso. Meso gets off the mark with a lovely shot down to the player at backward square. In fact, she plays it to right to square leg, and some good work in the deep done there by Sarah Smith, who is coming around. I think that is Smith, or is it Adams coming around? No, that is actually Smith coming around from her position at deep backward square. She's just being moved slightly squarer now. Very good ground she made across the boundary. Outfield is a little bit spongy, so difficult. Oh, that's very wide outside the off stump, and gives some exercise there for umpire Wilma Jones, who's standing at the Weinberg end of the ground, signaling a wide. Just slipped out of the hand, it looked like, but well done by wicketkeeper Sinalo Jafta. Proteas women momentum. Proteas women's wicketkeeper, who is keeping in this match for Western Province, as it is Vezi away from us again. That's played into extra cover. Laura Goodall is there at extra cover. She does the fielding. There is no run. So I think we might have the captain. No, captain actually is not off the field. She's down here at deep mid-wicket. Vezi, last ball of her 4th over, successful one so far. It's a full toss, but played straight to Tatum LaRue by Karabo Meso. There is no run. A successful over for 6-gun Grill Western Province. The wicket of Kirsty Thompson in that over. Caught Tucker, bowled Vezi for 52. And now the Lions 89 for the loss of 3 after 22 overs. 4 runs and over. And it has been a good start to her bowling attack from Nosipo Vezi. 4 overs, 1 for 6. And I'm sure she will be continuing very much in the Shabnim Ishmael mode in terms of being dynamite coming in small packages. And certainly she is dynamite, has been today for 6-gun Grill Western Province, as Nadine de Klerk is towards us again from the Kelvin Grove end. De Klerk being brought back into the attack after Kirsty Thompson took 3 boundaries in 1 over from Leah Jones. Jones 5 overs, 0 for 25. I'll give you all those bowling figures shortly. And just going for those 3 after a very economical first 3 overs. It's de Klerk towards us now. Oh, it's a massive appeal. She's given her. She has given her, and that we saw that potentially coming. It is Tabete, the set batter, who has been there for a very long time, who is LBW to Nadine de Klerk. She looks exceptionally disappointed, does Tabete, but that is another wicket to the Proteas pace bowler. She's now taken her 2nd wicket. LBW is Tabeta. How many deliveries, Sherry? 62 deliveries for her 12, and she is LBW to Nadine de Klerk for that 12 of 62 balls, and another wicket falls. So 2 wickets in quick succession after the loss of Kirsty Thompson in the previous over. That one just coming into the right-hander from de Klerk, and she beats her all ends up, trying to perhaps play it down into the offside, just not getting anything on it. And so the 4th wicket now falls at 89. And the new batter for the DP World Lions, we're just trying to get a view on this. I think it is Ntozake, Rasibe Ntozake, the spinner, middle order batter, and that one is through her, and it's through the wicket keeper. And I wonder if she did hit it. No, she didn't. Hit nothing, but it went straight through Rasibe Ntozake, and that's gone down here to the boundary right in front of us at the Weinberg end for 4 byes. And that is unfortunate for the bowler, but just missing the perhaps just missing the bails. It looks like Nadine de Klerk just adjusting the bails at the bowler's end, perhaps thinking that one maybe touched the bail as it went through, but the bails did not fall off, and so an escape perhaps there for Raisibe and Ntozake. It's de Klerk again. It's a very good delivery into the line of middle and leg, fielded in the leg side there at backward square by Andre Stain. So 2 wickets fall in quick succession here as the Lions go from 86 for loss of 2. They're now 93 for 4. Another good delivery to Ntozake, just into the body, and she just plays it down on the leg side. Gemma Buerta is in, the South African under-19 player, performed so well together with her teammate Kayla Reinecker in that under-19 World Cup for South Africa. She's at mid-wicket as it's de Klerk towards us now. Just bunted out into the offside. Delmi Tucker does the fielding. Tucker, who took that excellent catch to get rid of Kirsty Thompson earlier on, and 6 Gun Grill Western Province certainly after these last 2 hours will be feeling a lot happier. So just to give you the bowling figures, Tatum LaRue has bowled 5 overs and she's taken 1 for 15, and with 1 maiden. Nadine Klerk 7 overs, she's taken 2 for 26, also with 2 maidens. And Leah Jones 5 overs, 0 for 25, 1 maiden to her. Delmi Tucker 2 overs, 0 for 16, and Nosipo Vezi 4 overs, and she's taken 1 wicket for only 6 runs, and no maidens to her, just a run off every single over so far. And she continues away from us now at the Weinberg end. Leah Jones, the captain, is at short extra cover, shortish extra cover. I'd say it's not sort of an unconventional sort of extra cover position. She's not quite short, not quite shortish. She's more sort of in between a short extra cover and a standard extra cover. As it's Vezi again to Meso. Meso just defends into the offside, fielded by Kelsey Adams, who is at cover. So we have a shortish third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and deep square leg or deep backward square for the right arm over Nosipo Vezi to Karabo Meso. That's into the line of middle and off. Very nice delivery, shaping into the right-hander. Just defends it into the offside. Consolidation, perhaps now the thought for this pair from the Lions. Karabo Meso, Rasibe Ntozake need to do a repair job after 2 wickets have fallen very quickly. It's a good delivery from Vezi, and will take the single this time, though, as she's not able to field on her own bowling. Tatum LaRue and Andre Steiner both around to cut off any chance of taking more than just the run, and Meso moves to 3. That brings Ntozake on strike to Vezi for the first time. And hasn't she been really good this morning? Nosipo Vezi taking the 1 wicket in her nearly 5 overs for only 7 runs. That's a good delivery once again. Just defended with an angle bat by Ntozake into the offside. And the short extra cover perhaps maybe wants to take a couple of additional steps in. One feels perhaps not quite short enough. Sort of bit in no man's land there, Captain Leah Jones, as Vezi's in again, and that is in the air, up in the air, but I don't think the catch is going to make it. Tatum LaRue has a valiant attempt to take that catch and is not able to get there, as that is Ntozake who goes through, gets off the mark with that one in the air. So close to it was Tatum LaRue, just reaching out and trying to dive to take the catch and not able to get there. Really valiant attempt. She's given the low 5 there from Sinalo Jafta. She goes to her position back at mid-on for Nadine de Klerk. So the end of the over, 2 off it, 5 overs, 1 for 9. Vezi, in fact, I think 3 off that over. 5 overs, 1 for 9. She has been absolutely outstanding. We de Klerk to continue. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26. And taking the wicket in that last over of Nonkululeko Tabete, who had to go, given out LBW by umpire Gaynor Sabola for that 12 off 62 deliveries. It's de Klerk towards us now. Well, that's nicely played, but she's not going to beat Laura Goodall at extra cover. and cleaned up by Captain Leah Jones, who's at mid-off. We've got a slip, third man, wide-ish. We have a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fielder at, that's a very good delivery from de Klerk, and Meso can do nothing but to play it out into the offside, fielded there by Kelsey Adams in the covers. So we have fine leg, that's Nosipo Vezi, Gemma Buerta at mid-wicket, Tatum LaRue at mid-on. 6-3 offside, leg side field. Nicely bowled by Proteas pace bowler Nadine de Klerk, and all-rounder. One expects if the top order is not able to get whatever this target may be, and it's 96 for 4 at the moment, the DP World Lions, that Nadine de Klerk as an all-rounder in this team and for the Proteas may well have something to say later on with the bat. That's very nicely played down to fine leg by Meso, and there is a single. Vezi doing the patrolling down here to the left of us. We're in the South Club here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands at the Weinberg end of the ground. Nadine de Klerk at the moment plying her trade from the northern end of the ground, Kelvin Grove end, past umpire Gaynor Sabola now. Good delivery off just short of a length, just kicking up off the pitch, and nothing to report. So earlier today it was Captain Leah Jones of 6 Gun Grill Western Province who won the toss and elected to bowl first on a rather cool and cloudy morning. That's again a good delivery from de Klerk, and I think we probably won't see any more of her in this spell. 8 overs at 2 for 27. We had a slightly late start to this morning because of the rain overnight and early morning. A slightly spongy outfield. The pitch had been covered. The pitch absolutely fine this morning. A well prepared pitch from the ground staff here, as I think it is going to be Delmi Tucker who's going to take over the bowling from Vezi at this end. Outstanding first spell by Nosipo Vezi, getting the absolutely crucial wicket for Western Province of Kirsty Thompson. What a great innings it was by Thompson here this morning. Came in at 22 for 2 with the DP World Lions in all kinds of trouble, and she did incredibly well to take that score with Nonkululeko Tabete from 22 to 86 before she was dismissed off the bowling of Vezi, caught by the person who's actually taken over the bowling from her now, Tucker, at backward point for 52. Very nicely played to extra cover by Meso, but there is no run. Round quickly is Captain Leah Jones. Tucker once again. The off spinner just getting trying to now get into her trade and just get on the spot there. Earlier on, she was harshly treated by Thompson in her second over, which went for 13. She's in now. That is very nicely played by Meso out into the deep, but it's excellent fielding there on the boundary by Laura Goodall, and they will come back for 2, but brilliant fielding in the deep from the Proteas batter. She runs around from her deep mid-wicket position to square leg and just parries the ball in before it reaches the boundary, cleaned up by, I think that is Sarah Smith on the boundary there. Well bowled here by Tucker. So Meso taking 2 with that shot into the deep. Takes the score to 99, just 1 away from the 100 for the DP World Lions. Once again, played nicely into the deep. That one straight to Goodall this time on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's the 100 up for the DP World Lions. 100 up there for them in the 26 over, 100 for 4. That is swept around the corner. That one is straight down to Sarah Smith on the boundary. They'll take the single as Ntozake gets that one down to Sarah Smith, and so they are through for 1-4 off the over. 101 for 4 after 26 overs, just shy of 4 runs per over. So the 100 coming up in 25.5 overs. The 50 coming up in 13.3 overs. So very similar run rates for the 50 and for the 100. They went to 55 for 2. It was with a 6, in fact, scored by Thompson, and change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end is going to be the opening bowler Tatum LaRue, who is going to be coming in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. Just tossing a few there to Captain Jones, and she'll be bowling to Raisibe Ntozake. Towards us now. Oh, it's a good delivery from LaRue. Always want to say O'Neill when I say Tatum, but it's Tatum LaRue, and nothing more to report. 101 for 4 after 26, just under 4 runs and over. LaRue's first spell, 5 overs, 1 for 15. She got the wicket of Sunette Low off the first ball of the match. Another good delivery outside the line of off stump, bowling to her field, which is a 5-4 offside leg side field. Very similar field to what she has been employed for her almost from the start of the game, although initially there was no fielder at backward square leg. Is now. That's Andre Steyn, just to the right, should I say, of umpire Wilma Jones. That is going to be no run as well, played into the point region where Delmi Tucker just lets that one go to Kelsey Adams behind her. So we've got a third man. Point, cover, extra cover, shortish, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and a person on the long leg boundary. That's up in the air. Is that going to go past the fielder? Yes, it does. Just goes over the head of the captain, Leah Jones, who makes a valiant attempt to get to that one. Played up in the air by Ntozake, trying to break the shackles here and get some runs, and up in the air and just hanging there for long enough to be teasing the captain of Western Province, but not quite able to get there as her. And I think it might have been, it's Nosipo Vezi. No, it's not Vezi there at mid-on. I'm just trying to see who's at mid-on. Oh, we have a substitute on the field, it looks like. Mandela, is it? Yeah, so Mandela, the substitute fielder on the field at the moment for Nadine de Klerk, who's actually coming back onto the field now, it looks like, after her spell. Good delivery again from LaRue. As at the end of the over, yes, the substitute fielder does go off, and Nadine de Klerk does come back on to the field, and just going off for a comfort break, perhaps, after she had finished her spell. Good over from LaRue now. 6 overs, 1 for 17, 2 off the over. 103 for the loss of 4 after 27. Run rate just going down slightly here for the Lions as Western Province start to tighten the screws a little. It's going to be Tucker to continue the last over, going for, I think it was just the 5 off her. So 3, I think it was, off the last over from Tucker. She's going to be bowling around the wicket now, bowling off spinners around the wicket to the right-handed Karabo Meso. She's got player at 45 on the leg side. Deep backward square. That's a good delivery, but it's played straight down the ground to mid-off. That's Tatum LaRue, and there is no run. So 4-5 offside leg side field. Leg side is packed with the field that's in the into the offside, and just that top edge there from Meso down to the third man region, and it is fielder who's there at backward point. That's Gemma Burta, who came around from backward point to field that one. She's gone more to a conventional point position here for Meso this delivery, and that once again on the line of middle and off stump, defended into the offside. Leah Jones patrolling that extra cover region. Tucker in away from us again, down to the bowler, well fielded on her own bowling follow through. So we have a 45 on the leg side, person at short fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long mid on, and that's a full toss played straight down to Laura Goodall at deep mid wicket. Meso perhaps feeling a bit unhappy with herself that she didn't quite connect that. 5 balls gone in the over, 106 for the loss of 4. 3 runs so far off the over, and that's a big shout for LBW, but I think it probably pitched outside the line of leg stump, or even if it didn't, it was going down the leg side, so only half an appeal, and umpire Wilma Jones will have none of that, and it is no run. 106 for loss of 3. Good over there from Tucker, who's come back well after getting struck for that 13 in her second over. The following 2 overs now have only gone for 7 runs, and the run rate down to 3.8. 106 for 4 after 28. And the over rate hovering in and around 15 to the hour for the 6 Gungril Western Province women, as it's Tatum LaRue towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. And that's hitting the pad down the leg side. So umpire Gaynor Sabola not signaling wide. Rest off the pad. Slight brush of the pad of Karabo Meso's pad. Karabo Meso was 15 years old only at the that's played up in the air, and it's gone to Gemma Burta. Bit of a false stroke there, looking to play it over the fielder at mid-wicket. It bounces once and to the left of Burta at mid-wicket. There is no run. Meso straight back to the bowler. I was looking for that one out in the covers. It was looked like she was trying to play it out into the covers, not able to get that ball square. The young under 19 South African batter for the Lions now. She is, and that's into the pad, and it's just played down the leg side. May well be a leg bye, or did she get bat on it? Umpire Sabola does not signal anything, so runs to Meso. She moves on to 11. Partnership between these two has gone to 18. Came together with a score on 89. It's now 107 for the loss of 4. Tatum LaRue into Raisibe Ntazake. All defense. Mid-off. There is a fielder at extra cover, point, third man, fine leg, backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. It's played to the fielder at point. That's Delmi Tucker. Tucker, who took an excellent catch earlier on over her shoulder to get rid of the in-form and dominant Kirsty Thompson, who played an outstanding innings. So her 52 of only, I think it was 48 deliveries. And she really did bat incredibly well. 2 mighty sixes off the bat of Kirsty Thompson, as probably one more over that we're going to get in, and then we will be having another drink break here for the players, and that's comes down the wicket. Does Meso nicely moving her feet, but she can't play it past the bowler. Tossed it up beautifully, did Tucker, and not quite get there. Does Leah Jones, but Tatum LaRue coming around from mid off. Mid on. Mid off does the tidying up. Tucker in again. That's very nicely bowled. Tucker, very interesting that Meso is standing wide of the bowler at bowling around the wicket is Tucker. Meso standing to her right. It's not often you see that. Quite surprising, actually. Oh, that's down the leg side from Tucker, and she just gets a little bit of bat on it. Full toss. It's going to come back for two as Verzi chases that one down to the fine leg region. It's off the pad, and signaled leg by umpire Wilma Jones. Two more to the total. 110 for 4 it is. One ball left in the over, and that is fine outside the off stump, left alone by Untazake, and that is going to be drinks, the second drinks break, and the score is 110 for the loss of 4, and we'll take a short break while the players take drinks, and we'll see you again in about 5 minutes. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. It is turning out to be a nice day here in Cape Town. Bit cloudy to begin with, a bit of rain overnight, but that seems to be a thing of the past. Outfield a little bit wet this morning, so a delayed start here in this match between Six Gun Grill Western Province and the DP World Lions. And the news early on is that Six Gun Grill Western Province won the toss, and Captain Leah Jones decided to have a bowl first. And immediate success from this bowler, Tatum LaRue, who got the wicket of Sunette Viljoen-Louw in her first over. In fact, of the first ball, Viljoen-Louw playing that one into the air off a leading edge, went up, and the bowler took the catch, just moving to her right in her follow through. And she's towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end yet again. And that's a shot in anger from Meso outside the off stump, but not able to make contact, taken behind by Jafta. Sinola Jafta, who is certainly looked very, very comfortable standing up to the stumps rather than earlier on when she was actually wise. That's played down to third man. Sarah Smith does the fielding, and there is a single to Meso. She moves on to 13 of 31 deliveries, and with her is Raisibe Untazake, who's on 5 of 13 of 22, sorry, 22 deliveries. So make that 23 deliveries for her 5 now. And Tozake, been difficult for her to score. Haven't had a boundary since the departure of Kirsty Thompson, who played an outstanding, made an outstanding 52 today off only 48 deliveries. Before she was caught by Delmi Tucker off the bowling of Nasipo Vezi, and that is in the air, but it is over the top of the captain, Leah Jones, and finally Raisibe Untazaki breaks the boundary duck that she has been carrying, and goes to 9 with that particular shot, total to 115 for the loss of 4, just slightly over pitched from Tatum LaRue, and it goes over the head of the captain, as I said, at mid-off. LaRue will be bowling towards us yet again from the Kelvin Grove end. That's just tucked into the leg side. Gemma Burta does the fielding. There is no run. 115 for 4 after 31 overs, 5 off the over, and that's 31 gone. So the first wicket to fall was that of Sunette Viljoen-Louw. Second wicket to fall was that of Palesa Mapu, and she was out caught at first slip by Andre Steyn off the bowling of Nadine de Klerk for 13. Third wicket to fall, Kirsty Thompson with a score then. That score was 22 when Mapu was out, and then 22 for 2 went to 86 for 3 when Thompson was caught by Tucker, who's bowling now to Meso. Defended into the offside, and then 89 for the loss of 4 when Tabete was trapped in front LBW for 12 off the bowling of Nadine de Klerk, coming back for her second spell. So de Klerk 2 for 27 off 8. Tucker, who's bowling now, 5.1 overs, 0 for 24. Jones, 5 overs, 0 for 25. Vezi, 5 overs, 1 for 9. And LaRue, 8 overs, 1 for 23. It's been a good bowling effort so far from Six Gun Grill Western Province, as this is beautifully flighted from Tucker, and Meso plays it all the way on the ground to Leah Jones at extra cover, slightly short extra cover. We've got a point cover, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. Very nicely bowled, and just waits for it, does Meso. Tucks it into the leg side, and it's fielded coming around from mid-wicket. It's fielded by Nadine de Klerk. De Klerk firing that one in to Sinalo Jafta. Jafta just stretching up and taking it. We've got on the leg side We'll tell you now. We've got on the leg side as Tozake comes down the pitch trying to make something of that. We've got a short fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, and a person at long. And that's up in the air, but it's not going to carry to the wicket-keeper. In fact, I don't think that Sonolo Jafta saw where that was. She ran almost to the left of where the ball went and not able to come around and take the catch. The wicket-keeper perhaps a little bit disorientated as to where that ball was when it went up in the air. Lucky to get away with that wasn't Tozake. It's been a good over so far from the spin of Tucker. Only 2, I think, off that over from her. 6 overs, 0 for 26. So the 4 overs when she's come back into her spell, her 4 overs have only gone for 10 runs. 2 overs, 0 for 16 after her first spell. Now 4 overs, 0 for 26. 117 for 4 after 32. Change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. It's going to be the captain, Leah Jones, coming back for her second spell. And after an opening burst in her first 4 overs for only 13 runs, Kirsty Thompson, who played that excellent 52 earlier on today, was ruthless on her as she strayed onto the pads and got hit through the leg side for 3 consecutive boundaries. But this time she's into Tozake, and that's just played out into the leg side. And quickly in is Buerta, but she can't prevent a single. That's good running from this pair. And Tozaki's come running all the way back down to Meso to say, well run, and scuttles back to her position at the non-striker's end. It'll be Jones, the captain of Six Gun Grill Western Province, turned 21 earlier in this month, in fact last week, and that's played straight back to her. Very exciting prospect in South African cricket, Leah Jones. One would hope from her point of view and also from the association here that she gets that opportunity to elevate herself into Proteas colours at some stage, and that's a little bit down the leg side, well left alone by Meso, taken behind by Sonolo Jafta, the momentum Proteas wicket-keeper. And there is a single there, which is a wide that goes on to score 119 for the loss of 4, 32.2 overs, batting at 3.7 an over. Oh, my word, that's fortunate. I think it is going to be a boundary. It is. Nadine de Klerk cannot cut that one off as Meso goes for that delivery outside the off stump, trying to get it through the covers, just able to enables a top edge she gets, and it comes down very fine to third man. It's actually Sarah Smith that couldn't cut that one off. Sorry, well, that got the fielder wrong in this instance, but Smith not able to come around and cut that off. 123 for 4 in the 33rd over. Jones once again. This one played to Goodall, who is at extra cover. Laura Goodall. This Six Gun Grill Western Province team with a number of Proteas players in the lineup. Andre Steyn, Nadine de Klerk, Laura Goodall, Delmi Tucker, Sonolo Jafta. That's nicely tucked into the leg side. Gemma Buerta, South African under-19, does the fielding. And so 5 South African either current or former players for South Africa. 6, who else is Sarah Smith also played for South Africa, so apologies there to Sarah. So 6 players, Proteas or former Proteas players, and some really good fielding there from Laura Goodall. Extra cover coming round to her right, picks it up one-handed, and certainly had the batters decided to go for a single there, they would have been in trouble, one feels. And so a good over from Jones, perhaps unfortunate to concede that boundary off the top edge from Karabo Meso. This partnership very valuable for the DP World Lions, gone to 34 and 123 for the loss of 4 it is at the moment. Tucker in again around the wicket, and that's just played into the offside and backward of square, in fact down at 45, and it's a bit puzzling as to why there is no fielder in that third man position at 45, particularly with the line now that Delmi Tucker is bowling, which is outside the off stump from around the wicket, and she's got a very packed leg side field that comes into play now. It's only going to get the one as Meso plays that one into the leg side. Goodall comes in from deep mid wicket. So 2 off the over so far, 2 singles as Tucker to Untazake. Trying to get through the overs a little bit quicker here. Western Province. Tucker gets through her overs very quickly. Not much of a run-up as that's played down to Smith at deep backward square. Gets to it quite quickly, only thinking of one ever with that one. Tazake takes a single. Just defended. Perhaps like to see a bit more flight here from Tucker, just to tempt the batter perhaps to come out of her ground and try and hit her over the top. And that one also a little bit flatter, and it's just played around the corner, and that's good fielding there from Verzi, but she can't prevent the single. End of the over, 34 gone, 4 off that over, 4 singles, and that takes the score to 127 for the loss of 4 after 34. 16 overs to go, and the Lions here looking like a total potentially, if they can retain this. And we have power play being signaled by the umpire. That's interesting. "34 overs gone." It was certainly a power play signal from umpire Gaynor Sabola at the Kelvin Grove end. Going to be Leah Jones to continue the attack. This match has been reduced to 48 overs per team. There's still 14 overs to go. Jones it is, and that's down the leg side. Meso looking to play it further down the leg side, despite the appeal from Jones and everybody else on the field. That is going to be given not out by umpire Gaynor Sabola, who is standing at the Kelvin Grove end. We have umpire Wilma Jones here at the southern end of the ground, the Weinberg end, who's at square leg at the moment. Nicely played into the offside. Some good fielding here from the Western Province team. Great effort from Laura Goodall at extra cover, but she can only dive over the ball. But Nadine de Klerk is wise to the fact that that may well beat her, and comes around and fields very nicely behind her from her position at mid-off. There is one more run to Meso. She moves to 21, and Tazake's got 13. The partnership 39. 128 for 4 in the 35th over, should I say. Jones so far coming back well after those 5 overs, 0 for 25 in her first spell. Getting the edge off Karabo Meso's bat in her previous over, which unfortunately went down here fine to the third man boundary for 4. And that is played in the air by Ntozake, I think perhaps off the pad. Bobbles up in the air, but Andrew Stein not really interested here at backward square, just coming in And fielding, no run. Third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square, fine leg. That's again played to square leg, and Andrew Steyn round quickly, 66 on her back, more famously known, made known by Joe Root. So perhaps there's some connection there that Andrew Steyn has. So Root with the 66 on his back. Andrew Steyn with 66 on her back as it's Jones in and that's great fielding there at backward point by Delmi Tucker. She saved a certain boundary there as that one was full outside the off stump, and Ntozake gave it the full treatment, but brilliantly fielded by Tucker at backward square there at point. And they do not take a run, dive to her left. It was really outstanding from her. I think we may have a change of bowling at the Weinberg end. Indeed we do. It looks like Nosipo Vezi is going to be coming on here to bowl. Bowled 5 overs, 1 for 9 so far. Delmi Tucker, who's been taken off, has bowled 7 overs, 0 for 30. Coming back in her second spell to bowl 5 overs, 0 for 14. An outstanding comeback from her. Leah Jones bowled 7 overs, 0 for 32. Coming back for her second spell, 2 overs, 0 for 7 so far. It's going to be Vezi trying to add to that wickets column, no doubt. It was her that took the breakthrough to get rid of the dangerous Kirsty Thompson, who scored 52 off 48 balls earlier on today. That's full toss. I think it is going to be fielded, and it is. Very good fielding done in the deep there by Sarah Smith. Comes around and drops the left hand on that one, and cleaned up behind from there by Laura Goodall, and they take 2. Meso to 23. Tozake 13. Vezi away from us now. Outside the line of off stump, but too wide outside the line of off stump. Umpire Wilma Jones signals wide. 130 for 4. 35 overs and 1 ball bowled. Run rate just stabilized around the 3.7, 3.8 region. 3.7 runs per over currently. Oh, it is played in the air back to the bowler. Okay, 23 off 47 deliveries for Karabo Meso and her partner Raisibe Ntozake. 13 runs off 35 deliveries. A slight change to the field, and this probably does make sense. Although I don't like the fact that she doesn't now have a person at 45 on the leg side, but Vezi's gone with a fielder at short third man. That's Gemma Buerto she brought in there, and that one immediately gets tucked into the leg side. Are they going to come back for 2? That's dangerous, and I think she's going to be... No, she's not out. That really well run by these two from the DP World Lions, but that was a very dangerous piece of running. Had that one gone cleanly into the gloves of Sinala Jafta behind the stumps, one feels that Karabo Meso would have been out of her ground. Sarah Smith in quickly from deep backward square, but could not prevent the second run. Now the change in the field again. Gemma Buerta going back to that position at 45 on the leg side. She was for 1 ball in the position of 45 on the offside. Nosipo Vezi. That, I think, just probably tickled the pad as it went down the leg side, not given as wide. Good work behind the stumps by Jafta. 133 for 4 in the 36th over. It's a good ball from, much better delivery from Verzi outside the off stump. Mezo playing it down to this Nadine de Klerk here in front of us. No, sorry, Andre Steyn, should I say, at mid-on. Tatum Leroux at mid-off. Full toss, but once again played down to Steyn at mid-on. There is no run, so 5 off the over. 6 overs, 1 for 14 now is Verzi. Good running in that over. 133 for 4. This partnership worth 44, second highest of the innings after the 64 between Thompson and Tabete. That partnership of Thompson and Tabete absolutely crucial for the DP World Lions. There are 12 overs left in the innings. Just a reminder that the match started a little bit late this morning, and the umpires, Gaynor Sabola and Wilmer Jones, perusing their charts and deciding we would lose 4 overs in the match. And so 2 overs per team, 48 overs to be bowled per side. 3 bowlers can bowl 10 overs, and 2 bowlers, the additional 2 bowlers, 9 overs each. So 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 9. 3 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 10, and that's on the pads from Leah Jones. That is going to run away down to the railway stand. Nothing Gemma Burta can do about that, and that has gone down to the boundary off the bat of Ntazake for 4. Takes the total to 137 for the loss of 4. And now is the time when Western Province, 6 Gun Grill Western Province bowlers will want to be disciplined, want to keep those disciplines up. Maybe expect the DP World Lions batters to take a few chances as the partnership here moves to 48. That's been a good partnership for the Lions. Much better from Leah Jones outside the off stump, fielded by Goodall in the covers. We've got a third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. We have a mid-wicket, backward square, and a fielder at fine leg. In fact, more like that is really a fine leg, not quite a long leg. And Jones again bunted out into the covers. This time, Kelsey Adams does the fielding, coming in from cover. There is no run. So it's all getting a bit brighter out there from a weather point of view this morning. A bit of overnight rain meant we had a slightly late start, and the field a little bit spongier. Certainly outfield will have dried out a bit, which will favour the team batting second. Hence, that was down the leg side. Be caught a wide, can't be taken by Jafta, and they'll come back for 2, which will be added to that wide. And so 3 runs of this delivery from Leah Jones, and not what she would have wanted as the captain, as Leah Jones, the bowler, not delivering for Leah Jones, the captain here. 14 wide so far in this innings from Western Province. That's another one as she strays again down the leg side, and looks like that front arm just falling away as she's coming in to her bowling, which is meaning she's drifting that ball down the leg side, just not able to quite get it right. So 2.5 additional overs have already been bowled by the Western Province attack here today. Much better from Jones as she bowls that one in to the line of middle and off. Stretching again on that left side. Looks as if she's really been struggling a bit. Maybe a slight strain on the left side earlier on today. Just stretching that left side a bit. And she's in again. It's in the air. That looks like it might be a catch, and Tatum Leroux is underneath it, and she has got a safe pair of hands, and that is Raisibe Untazake, who has to make her way back to the pavilion, and she is gone for 17 of 40 deliveries, so 17, and I think she hit 2 boundaries. Was it 2 boundaries? Sherry, yes, indeed. Out for 17, and 52 the partnership for these two for that 5th wicket. But it is the 5th wicket that has gone down. Raisibe Untazake holding out, it must be said, to mid-on. Tatum LaRue taking a very good catch there, going back and just judging it exceptionally well. And the 5th wicket falls for the Lions with the score on 141. Really, really good partnership between Meso and Ntazake of 52 for the 5th wicket, and just shy of the best partnership of the match, 64, which was scored by Thompson and Tabete earlier on in the innings. But it is Ntozake who has to go off the bowling of the captain, Leah Jones. Just getting that one right this time, outside the off stump. She has certainly strayed a little bit, but her first wicket, and she'll be happy about that. In off the 5th delivery of her 8th over, she's now taken 1 for 40 in 7.5 overs, and it will be Jenna Evans, the under-19 South Africa under-19 player, who played some outstanding knocks in that under-19 World Cup, coming in a very similar position to where she's coming in now, at number 7, coming in perhaps a little bit lower down the order for the SA under-19. A very strong batter with can hit the ball hard, can Jenna Evans. They'll be wanting Western Provincial to be getting her out as early as possible. Just tickled into the leg side to Andre Steyn behind square is no run. It's the end of the over. 8 overs bowled by Leah Jones now. 1 for 40. It's 37 overs bowled, and 141 for 5. Success in that over for the Western Province captain, and was Raisibe Untazake, caught at mid-on off the bowling of Leah Jones by Tatum LaRue. So LaRue, I think that's it's actually her second catch. She took that catch off her own bowling earlier on today to take the wicket, and that's very much earlier on today. Caught and bowled that she took off her own bowling to get rid of Sunette Filion Low, and it is going to be Nosipo Vezi to bowl her 7th over, all of which have been bowled here from the Wynberg end. 1 for 14. She was outstanding in her first spell. 5 overs, 1 for 9. And the wicket of Kirsty Thompson. She's in now to Karabo Meso. That is up in the air, and once again goes over the head of the wicket keeper, and trying to sweep that full toss. Gets the top edge, but it goes over the wicket keeper, Sinola Jafta's head, and bounces before Gemma Burta. She's trying to come round from 45 on the leg side, can get there. Another lucky single, one has to say, for Meso. She moves on to 26, and she has played a good innings here for her team. Vezi to Evans. Evans hits it beautifully on the drive, and it's fielded at extra cover by Leah Jones, and there is no runs. There's a point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a person at 45 at fine leg. Nosipo Vezi in again to Jenna Evans, this time straight through to Nadine de Klerk. Comes around from mid-wicket and does the fielding. So beautiful day here now. A little bit of clouds still around, but the mountain has cleared off to our left. Always a good sign, as they're trying to get through for 2. They will not this time, as Sarah Smith's in very quickly. Sarah Smith off the boundary at deep backward square, and they take just the single. Jenna Evans off the mark with that single. Karabo Meso, her South African under-19 compatriot and teammate, will be taking the strike. She's on 26. Evans on 1. Last wicket falling at 141. That of Raisibe Ntazake. As Vesi's in. And that's in the air, but it's been a bounce short of Tatum LaRue. Meso just one bounce to LaRue at mid-off and could so easily have been another wicket as Meso feeling the pressure here, perhaps as there's just over 10 overs left to get this total up well above 200. Into the pads, and that's down to Gemma Burta at 45 on the leg side. Nice pick up and throw from the youngster there, and they get through for a single. Meso goes to 27, keeps the strike at the end of the over. 144 for 5 after 38 overs, just a 3 off that over from Vesi. She has been, for me, the pick of the bowlers. 7 overs, 1 for 17. De Klerk, 8 overs, 2 for 27. Tucker, 7 overs, 0 for 30. Jones, 8 overs, 1 for 40. She is going to continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. And Vesi, as I said, 7 overs, 1 for 17. LaRue, 8 overs, 1 for 23. So a feature of the innings has been those extra wides that have been bowled. 22 extras here. And if you look at the scorecard, we'll just run through that for you at after this delivery. Meso facing down the leg side, and that is that one hit Jafta in the stomach as she came around to try and take that delivery. The wicket keeper just down the leg side again from Leah Jones. 16 wides now conceded by the 6-gun Grill Western Province team. Will not be happy with that. She's in again, trying to get that one outside the off stump into the pads, but it's straight down the ground. Tatum LaRue comes around and fields from mid-on. They take a single. Gives the strike to Jenna Evans. And Evans, the hard-hitting youngster, already having heard her hit the ball, and that ball came nicely off the bat, the one that she hit out towards extra cover. She's only on 1. Meso on 28. Jones into, that's a slightly false stroke from Evans, just bobbles out into the leg side, and there is no run. Just under 10 overs to go. What can they score? You sort of would think they must be targeting 200 here. That would be potentially a competitive score against this Western Province lineup that looks like it's full of batting, potentially all the way down to number 7 and number 8. Certainly will be interesting to see how they tackle whatever the chase might be. That's perhaps a little bit that sort of angling a bit down leg side. Evans tries to play it on the leg side where there is nobody in the deep forward of square on the leg side. So we have got a fielding position, third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and what that was there. Attempted ramp shot from Jenna Evans. Sinala Jafta, not quite sure where that ball had gone to. I think deflected off her down to Andri Stain at a backward square leg. So Jenna Evans in trying to be inventive here, playing the scoop shot off, and that is really not a great delivery from Leah Jones. She continues to fall away down with her front arm, it looks like, and so wide again down the leg side. And she is berating herself for that delivery. 18 wides now from Western Province. She's stretching again. There's certainly something wrong on that left-hand side. One ball left in her 9th over. It's a much better delivery into Karabo Meso. Into the block hole, she just defends into the offside, fielded by Tucker at backward point. And Jones, I think, wants to get through her overs and finish them as quickly as possible. 9 overs, 1 for 44. She has been the most expensive of the bowlers for 6-gun grill Western Province today. She just sense she's struggling with something there and not quite able to put my finger on it at this stage, but certainly she's been stretching on that left side most of the game. Earlier on today, perhaps just injuring herself slightly. Nasipo Vezi will continue. She's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 17. She's going to continue from the Wynberg end of this beautiful ground here at in the leafy suburb of Claremont in Cape Town, Newlands Cricket Ground. Good delivery in to Evans. Just puts the bat on it and fielded by de Klerk, who is at mid-wicket. So we've got 4-5 offside leg side field. We've got point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, deepish, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a person at 45. And that's played down very hard to Andre Steyn at mid-on. No run. Evans likes to get bat on ball. She's got 1 of, 6 or 7 deliveries. I'm just going to check here with my scorer. 8. 10, okay. Guess there's been a lot more than I thought. So 10 deliveries for the 1 that she has so far, and she'll be feeling the pressure. And she is indeed. That's a good run, though, from the young under-19 Proteas player, and Proteas under-19 player, and coming around, replacing the divot now that she created there. Andre Steyn, the ground's still a bit soft underfoot, but that's Jenna Evans doubling her score, getting that single. It's Meso facing up to Vezi. Once again to Steyn. Steyn comes around very quickly from her position at mid-on. Is no run. Andre Steyn certainly has been doing a lot of fielding here at this position. One wonders when Karabo Meso will try and come down the wicket and take on Nasipo Vezi. That's just played straight to Leah Jones at extra cover. No run. Vezi only 1 run off the over so far. Can she finish the over well? Kelsey Adams is sent out to the deep cover boundary, trying to protect that from the boundary, perhaps the boundary from Meso, and that is outside the off stump. In fact, it does go straight through to Adams on the boundary. Was short and wide from Vezi, one of the few loosish deliveries she's bowled today, but no real harm done as they go through for the single. 8 overs, 1 for 19 for her. Outstanding bowling from the youngster, and it is now 150 for the loss of 5. So 150 coming up in the 40th over, and so after 40 overs, 150, exactly 40 scored in those last 10 overs for the DP World Lions. So batting at 4 and over in the last 10 overs. 8 overs to go. Run rate so far now with that 150 is 3.8 runs to the over. And Delmi Tucker is going to take over. Leah Jones deciding she has bowled her 9. That is her allotment for today. 2 bowlers, remember, can bowl 9 overs. 3 bowlers can bowl 10. Maximum of 10. 2 bowlers, a maximum of 9. If you do only use 5 bowlers. And it will be Delmi Tucker to continue or to start a new spell from the Kelvin Grove end of the ground towards us. And that's defended. Still around the wicket to the right-handed Meso. Second spell from Tucker of 5 overs, 0 for 14. After 2 overs, 0 for 16 in her first spell. Oh, It's an attempted sweep from very wide outside the off stump by Meso. And there are two fielders out there in the deep waiting for that ball. Let's tuck it in again. That's played straight down the ground, but that is going to be some good fielding there from Nadine de Klerk, coming around from her position at mid-off. And not before they get through for a single. De Klerk a little bit upset with herself. They shouldn't perhaps keep that one a little bit flatter. Meso takes the single. It's Evans facing. Evans just plays it down to the fielder at deep mid-on. That's Tatum. LaRue takes the single. Only 2 off the over so far. That's a good shot around the corner. I think he's going to go for 4. It can't be cut off. Kelsey Adams is not going to get there from her position at deep backward square. And so just angling into Meso's pads there from Tucker. And that is a boundary, a welcome boundary for the DP World Lions. And Tucker will want to keep that ball a bit wider outside the off stump, perhaps. And this one is on the line of middle and off, and just defended by Meso into the pitch. It's 156 for 5 after 41. Meso on 34, Evans on 3, and the end of the over, 6 off it. And it's Tucker 8 overs, 0 for 36 into her 3rd spell. Going to be Vesi to continue from the Weinberg end. She has what I think will be 2 overs left. There are 7 overs left in the innings. Likely to see 4 of those bobbed by de Klerk and LaRue. 1 by Tucker, I think 2 perhaps by Vesi. Very good delivery from Vesi. Angling in to Jenna Evans. Evans on 3 off. How many deliveries now, Sherry? 3 off 13 deliveries. Meso 34 off 64 with 2 4s. That's a good... that is played straight to Andre Stain. Stain, had she come forward, could possibly have taken the catch, but deciding to stay back and potentially prevent the boundary. So always a toss-up there, whether you try and attempt to take the catch or you make sure you stop the runs, and she stopped the runs in that instance, but catch looked like it might have been on. Vesi bowling yet again. That's down in on the leg side to Gemma Buerta at a 45 on the leg side. Evans comes through for her 4th single of her innings. She has faced now 15 deliveries for that 4 that she scored. Partnership 16, last wicket falling, that of Raisibe Untazaki, the score on 141. Just sense that was an important wicket for 6 Gangrel Western Province. That's very nicely played by Meso. I think Tucker will cut that one off. She will, but not before they're back for 2, as it's played backwards square on the offside down to the wideish 3rd man region, and fielded well by Tucker. Coming around from point, Meso moves to 36 of 65 deliveries. 2 balls left in the Nosipo Vesi over. She has gone for, I think it's 3 so far in this over. She has indeed gone for 3 in the over so far. She's away from us now. That's a good delivery. So she's just angling it in to the right-hander, just getting that line, getting that length right. The length just not quite the driving length. It's just not quite on the half volley. More sort of angling in, not able to take full advantage of it. That's too full, and that is unfortunately for Vesi. Perhaps unfortunately for Meso, she's very upset with herself that she didn't dispatch that one either into or over. The deep, perhaps mid-wicket boundary, misses it and misses everything except the wicketkeeper's pads, and there's no addition to score. 159 for 5 after 42. 9 overs, 1 for 22 for Verzi now, and I think 3 off that over. 159 for 5 after 42. Just under the 4 runs per over mark, so we're looking here at probably between 180 and 190 with 6 overs left for the DP World Lions. That's beautifully played by Jenna Evans. That is probably, it isn't going to go for 4. It just holds up as Captain Leah Jones chases after it quickly, but I think that gap here on the offside at 45, a third man, needs to be filled. It may well be Jones who's going to just keep herself slightly more backward of square, backward of point. She doesn't, and it's played in the same region again, and she comes around this time, but not before they go for a single. And still isn't going to plug that gap. Tucker's going to need to keep this a lot straighter if she's going to bowl to her field. She's bowling 2 Meso now around the wicket, and that's tucked away on the leg side. There's no run. They can't decide whether to take the run or not, and just as well that she was sent back, Jenna Evans, because Nosipo Verzi hits the stumps with that throw to the bowler's end. Meso not wanting anything to do with that. 3 off the over so far. 3 balls gone. 5.3 overs left in the innings, and that's Meso coming down the wicket, just cannot get it off the square. Four balls gone. You sense a little bit of desperation here, perhaps from the Lions batters. And it's Tucker again, and that's played beautifully into the leg side, and that has gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. Really picked that one up very, very nicely, did Karabo Meso. She moves into the 40s. She's actually on 40 now, and the score goes to 166 for the loss of 5. 5 overs left. Oh, it's a poor delivery from Tucker down the leg side. So that's what pressure does. That's what the hitting of a boundary does. Just trying something a little bit different. Tucker needs to get that ball outside the off stump, probably. Just tossing it up more, and she does. And it's played straight down the ground. That's another good shot, but I think she's only going to get the single. Good work from Nadine de Klerk. Great sliding stop and up quickly and getting the ball back to the bowler. But it ended up being an expensive over there. 9 runs off that over, I think it was, in the end. So Tucker, 9 overs, 0 for 45. And you sense that is her lot for the match now. And it will be Verzi to finish her bowling from the Weinberg end. And then we'd expect to see Nadine de Klerk and Tatum LaRue bowling out the last 4 overs to go to the conclusion of the innings. So good over that for the DP World Lions, as it's played to extra cover and missed by Jones, but goes through to LaRue, who is at mid-off. There is no runs. We have a point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a person at 45 on the leg side. Full toss has just played again down to Stain, who misfields that. Does get her body behind it, but can't get the hands to it, and they go through for the single. Upset with herself there that she managed to stop the run there. Was hit straight to her. Andre Stain. It's going to be Jenna Evans on strike. She's on 7. Nicely tossed up again by Verzi. She really has bowled well today. 9.3 overs, 1 for 23. And the wicket she did take, probably the most important wicket of the innings, that of Kirsty Thompson, who was looking so good on 52 or 48. That's full toss, and Goodall just adjusting for the spin there, which she didn't do that well earlier on today, is able to cut off any more than just a single. Evans perhaps feeling a bit unhappy she didn't manage to get that one over the boundary. Closing in on 4 runs per over are the DP World Lions. Vezi away from us at the Weinberg end. Slightly shorter, but Mezzo can't take full toll of that. It's been another good over from the young Western Province bowler, Nosipho Vezi. Bowling her fast leg cutters from the Weinberg end, played down. She can't quite stop that, and that is a good run from Karabo Mezzo. And she takes one on the body for her team there as Nadine de Klerk throws it in to the wicket. And high fives all around for Nosipho Vezi, and so they should be. 10 overs, 1 for 25. What an outstanding spell this has been from her. Every single one of her 3 spells that she's bowled has been really good. Only the 1 wicket, but an economy rate of 2.5 runs and over, and that's why you have the situation where the DP World Lions at the moment are only batting at 3.9 runs and over, 171 for 5. There are 4 overs left in the innings here, and as we predicted, it is going to be Tatum LaRue bowling from the northern end of the ground, the Kelvin Grove end. There are 4 overs left in the innings. We are coming up to 26 minutes. We are on 26 minutes past 1 in the afternoon here in Cape Town. In fact, it should be that everywhere around South Africa at the moment. And 44.1 overs bowled, 171 for 5. Even if you're in Cairo, it should be 26 minutes past 1. And so Tatum LaRue towards us. That is well played by Meso. Short delivery from LaRue, and that has been dispatched to the railway stand boundary, much to the delight of her teammates here to the right of us in the away dressing room, which is on the, as you look at it from the ground, the right-hand side of the members' stand here at Newlands. And it's surprising that they're not perhaps putting a deep mid-wicket out there now as they go for the runs. Mezzo 47 looking for her half century, and that's a good delivery from LaRue. This one of very full Yorker length and not being able to be played by Mezzo. 3 balls gone in the over. 4 runs so far off the over. LaRue towards us. Straight back to the bowler. Fields on her follow through. Mezzo trying to hit that ball really hard. Will be an outstanding half century for her. She's 47 of 75 deliveries so far with her. Jenna Evans 8 of 19. She's hit 4 fours in this innings so far, has Karabo Mezzo, the South African under-19 wicket-keeper. That is played to Delmi Tucker, who is at point. So we have got a third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and a fine leg. How many times have I said that today for Tatum LaRue? In that field, I think, since her 2nd over or 3rd over. That's played into the covers, and Kelsey Adams does the fielding. And that actually has been a very good over from LaRue, and only the 4 off it, just the 1 boundary from that short delivery played into the leg side. And so 3 overs to go, 175 for 5. One senses 190 from here would probably be what we're looking at as Nadine de Klerk paces out her run-up. here at the Weinberg end of the ground. We are broadcasting on the servers and of Pitch Vision, brought to you live wherever you are. It's a real privilege to bring this broadcast. This is the first time we have broadcast had commentary on one of the Six Gun Grill Western Province women's games. We hope in the next season, and in fact for the last game or so of the season, that this will be a feature. That's a beautiful delivery from de Klerk to Evans, and just foolish, and goes straight through to the keeper, Jafta. And there is no run. So just taking the towel from behind her back, perhaps just disturbing her slightly. De Klerk, she's away from us now. It's a good delivery again. Evans, they will think of two. They're not going to get two, as Laura Goodall is in very quickly. The Momentum Proteas top order batter, and that one is nicely in to Jafta on the bounce. De Klerk, 8 overs, 8.2 overs, 2 for 28, 2 important wickets for Nadine de Klerk. Well bowled there. She took the wicket earlier on today of the opening batter, Mapur, who was caught at slip by Andri Steyn, and then got the wicket of Tabete in her second spell, LBW, when she changed to bowl from the Kelvin Grove end. Just asked to wait there by umpire Wilma Jones. She's away from us now. Meso 47, looking for her half century. Will be an outstanding innings from the youngster. I think she's a 16-year-old. She was either 15 or 16. She was 15 at the time of the World Cup earlier on in the year, the Under-19 World Cup. South Africa did so well to get to nearly get into the semi-finals, only losing one match in that entire tournament, that to India, the eventual winners. And Karabo Meso making a name for herself with her incredible work behind the stumps, both with her gloves and with her commentary. Very good bowling from Nadine de Klerk, clearly knowing that the young Meso is just on the verge of a big milestone for her in 50-over provincial cricket. That over only going for 1 run, and if you consider that is the third last over of the innings here, that is a huge over for Six Gun Grill Western Province. So the two batters, the two youngsters from the DP World Lions, meet in the middle of the pitch. Jenna Evans and Karabo Meso. One feels that Evans is going to have to go for the big hits here, and having seen that accordingly, we have a field change as the fielder who was at square leg, that's Andri Steyn, has gone out to deep square leg. Tatum LaRue in towards us, and that's down the leg side off the pad. It looks like it'll be Nosipo Vezi coming around. They won't take two. It's just a single. Good work by Vezi. It is off the pad of Evans, and they only take the one. 176 for 5 now after 46.1 over. Sorry, 177 for 5 after 46.1 overs. Oh, that is short and wide outside the off stump from LaRue, and that gets the treatment from Nosipo Vezi that it should, and the youngster goes to her 51. It is well played. Karabo Meso, what an incredible innings for her team. She goes to that 51 off, it is 81 deliveries, sorry, 86 deliveries. My eyes are not doing so well here. Specsavers might see me soon. And it's LaRue into her, and she bowled her. She's bowled her. She chops it on off the under half of the bat, trying to play that one out into the legs, into the offside. And Karabo Meso's innings comes to an end. What an outstanding innings. Great sportsmanship there from Sinala Jafta as she runs around to the youngster and just gives her a low five. Well played, young lady, she says. You've done outstandingly well. Karabo Meso, 51 that she scores, bowled there by Tatum LaRue, and LaRue picks up her second wicket in her last over. She's now 9.3 overs, 2 for 31, and Karabo Meso, 51 of 87 deliveries in the end. Having gone to a 50 off the previous ball, she plays on to that delivery from Tatum LaRue, and we have 9 deliveries left, 9 legal deliveries left in the innings. It's 181 for the loss of 6. So a 40-run partnership there between Meso and Evans. Evans scoring 9. So it tells you the value of that innings there by Karabo Meso. And they have done incredibly well to get the Lions into a position where they perhaps feel they have something which they can defend, as it's Tatum LaRue towards us now. And that's played out into the deep by the new batter, who's the captain, Yolani Furi. And they take a single. So it'll bring Jenna Evans on to strike. And the field is now set deep on the leg side, as one would expect. There is a fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, mid on. Evans facing LaRue, and that's played into the covers. Good fielding there, though. It looks like there could be a run out. Oh, my goodness. Perhaps could have held on to that one a bit longer, Lara Goodall, to give Tatum LaRue the chance to get back behind the stumps, but tried to get the direct hit and didn't quite manage to execute that. There is no run, though, which is probably the most important thing. It is 182 for the loss of 6. 1 ball left in Tatum LaRue's spell. And batting on off stump, it looks like, is Jenna Evans, as she's into her now. That's played into the leg side. It should be 2, but Vesey is going to prevent 2 there. Good work from the Western Province bowler. She comes around quickly from a position at fine leg and prevents any thought of more than a single. Jenna Evans to 10, 183 for the loss of 6. And that is the end of Tatum LaRue's spell. 10 overs, 2 for 33. Very good bowling from the Western Province medium pacer. And she opened the bowling, took a wicket with her first delivery, and she closed out the bowling effort with a wicket off the 3rd ball of her final over. 2 for 33. Very good economy rate. And it will be her opening bowling partner, Nadine de Klerk, 9 overs, 2 for 28, will finish off the innings here from the Weinberg end. It's a good shot into the deep, and Laura Goodall coming around. I think she is going to cut that off. She does indeed. In fact, yeah, she does cut that off. But in fact, they only go through. How many did they go through for there? There was 2 that they went through for. I was watching the fielder on the boundary. So get through for 2. Evans now to 12, 185 for 6 in the last over, the 48th over of the innings. It's 22 minutes to 2 here as de Klerk's into Yolani Furi, and that is well played. It's a half volley on the middle and leg stump. Sorry, that is Jenna Evans that plays that really well back over the bowler's head. And that does go for 4. It's a good shot from Jenna Evans. We saw her do this at the SA and for the SA team in the Under-19 World Cup. And that forces immediately a fielding change as the captain decides to bring the 3rd man up into the circle. and they now have got 4 fielders dropped onto the leg side. Everybody on the boundary on the leg side, and on the offside 5 fielders in the ring. So he's giving away 2 runs potentially every time into the leg, and that's hit quite hard though. It is only going to be 1. It goes too hard to Goodall on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 3 balls left in the innings, 190 for the loss of 6. They're batting at 4 runs per over, and exactly 4 runs per over would be 192. So let's see what they can make here of the last couple of deliveries. That's played beautifully backward of point, and Delmi Tucker cannot cut that one off. It's gone for 4. And that is a very, very good shot there by Yolani Fourie. And she moves to 5. Total 194. 2 balls left in this innings. And not bowling to her field there was Nadine de Klerk. She'll be very upset with that. She is very upset with that. Just judging by the way she took that ball back from about to start her run in now. Fourie on strike, and Fourie hits that one straight down to Andre Steyn in front of us here at long on. They take a single. Nadine de Klerk trying there to do some nifty footwork. Just trying to flick the ball up perhaps with her foot into her hands. She looks a little bit disconsolate. She has 1 ball left, and this we'll see what Jenna Evans can do with this one. Evans on 17, last ball of the innings, and that's in to Evans. That's going to potentially, no, Andre Steyn will cut it off. They come back for 2. They should make it quite easily, and they do. And that is a very good running from this pair. Good work from Evans. She moves to 19. And total to 197 for the loss of 6. That is a good effort here from the DP World Lions, and they score 197 for 6 after their 48 overs. And I'll run through that scorecard for you in just a minute, as it is final runs scored there by Jenna Evans, by Yolani Fourie. It was Jen Evans that scored the 19 runs that Evans scored there, and they end on 197 for 6. So just to run through the scorecard for you, it was opening the batting for the DP World Lions. We had Sinet Fillion-Low and Palesa Mapur, and Fillion-Low out of the first ball of the innings to LaRue. Corden bowled for naught. Then Mapu, there was the second person to go, 13. She scored of 18 deliveries. So, excuse me. Very good innings from her, and she kept it going there with Kirsty Thompson, with Tebete. So 22 was the score when the second wicket fell, and then the third wicket fell at 86. Kirsty Thompson, who had played incredibly well for a 52 of only 48 deliveries, and then she was caught by Delmi Tucker at backward point. Over her shoulder, took a very good catch off Nasipo Vezi, who was by far the bowler of the match for Six Gun Grill Western Province, taking only the 1 wicket, but only going for 25 runs in her 10 overs. And it was then Thompson who was out to Vezi. That was the 3rd wicket down at 86, 4th wicket at 89 to Bete. LBW did to Nadine de Klerk. 5th wicket going down with a score on 141, and that was Rasibe Untazake. And then the 6th and final wicket to fall, Karabo Meso, who just had gone to her half century, a brilliant innings of 51 of only 87 deliveries, and taking then the score to 197 for 6. In the final analysis was Jenna Evans on 19 not out, and Yolani Fourie, the captain, on 6 not out. Bowling figures, Tatum LaRue, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33. She was one of the main bowlers, and then towards the end, it was indeed Nadine de Klerk who also took 2 wickets, and 1 wicket for Jenna, 1 wicket, for Leah Jones, and 2 wickets, 1 wicket again as well for Nasipo Vezi. So 2 for LaRue, 2 for de Klerk, 1 for Jones, and 1 for Vezi. And it was 9 overs, 1 for 44 for Jones, 9 overs, 0 for 45 for Tucker, 10 overs, 1 for 25 for Vezi. By far the pick of the bowlers. 2 for 33 for LaRue, and 2 for 43 for de Klerk. So we will be back with you in just under half an hour, probably about 2:15 for the start of the innings of 6 Granville Western Province, as they seek 198 to win this match against the DP World Lions and retain their unbeaten record in the 50 over competition this season. So I'll be back with you then. That's goodbye from me, James King, the Cape Fox, and we'll chat to you soon. welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, where Six Gun Grill Western Province are out at bat, and they have already lost 2 wickets. Those of Laura Goodall and Andre Stain, falling to Yelani Fourie and Ayabonga Kaka respectively. It is 14 for 2 in the 7th over, as Western Province seek to score 198 to win this match. Plenty of overs left in the bank, but 2 wickets that have gone down, 2 very important wickets, those of the opening batters. And so it is Sarah Smith and Kelsey Adams now at bat for Six Gun Grill Western Province, and they will be looking to consolidate for a while and then get to try and chip away at this score. And some good contributions in the DP World Lions lineup by Kirsty Thompson and Karabo Meso, respectively, with 52 and 51. There's contributions down the order, just getting a couple of players in teens and 1 or 2 scores a little bit higher, but nothing more really to report in that 197, other than those 2 really good innings from Thompson. Was batting it better than a runner ball, and then Meso, who scored her 51 of 87 deliveries earlier in the day. But it has been Yelani Fourie, the captain of the DP World Lions, who took the first wicket here. Laura Goodall, who getting a little bit frustrated, perhaps tried to hit her over the top and could only spoon a catch back to the captain. It's very neatly played there down to the fielder from backward point coming around. It looks, we're just going to have a look and see who that is. Try and give you an idea of who the fielders are as well. Thompson in front of us here, number 4. So just have a look there. That's one of the youngsters there. Evans, is it? Could well be Jenna Evans. So for the right-handed Adams, that's a good shot from Kelsey Adams. Just waited for it to bounce and played it beautifully backward of point through to the boundary in front of the railway stand and the scoreboard for her first boundary, and takes her score to 5. Second boundary of the innings for Six Gun Grill Western Province. They moved to 18 for the loss of 2 in the 8th over. And the first boundary that Yelani Fourie has conceded, I think. 3.4 overs, 1 for 10. That wicket, the one of Laura Goodall, who played it straight back to her, and giving this ball a lot of flight is Fourie. And they will need to keep chipping away at the wickets. Will DP World Lions, as it's the right arm off break of the captain, who just gets Kelsey Adams, plays that one over the wicket-keeper's head. That is Palesa Mapu, who's keeping wicket, and they go through for the single. Takes Adams to 6, 19 for 2 after 8 overs. Slowish start from Six Gun Grill Western Province, with the loss of those 2 wickets, both of the opening batters who have played for the Momentum Proteas, Andre Stain and Laura Goodall. Goodall, the left-hander, who tried to play the ball over the cover field and only able to chip it back, as I said, to the captain, Fourie herself. And second wicket to go was Andre Stain, who was out for 5, having just hit Ayabonga Kaka for a beautiful 4 through the mid-wicket region. Then got one shortish and wide outside the off stump. Just popped up a bit, as we do have a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. It looks like it's going to be Tumi Sekukune who's going to be coming in from the Kelvin Grove end. And Sekukune, the Proteas bowler, is indeed Tumi Sekukune. That's a good delivery on the line of middle and leg, and just played by Adams into the leg side. There is no run. So for Sekukune, we have a third man, backward point, extra cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a fielder on the fine leg boundary. That's Ayabonga Kaka on the fine leg boundary. As Sekukune is towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, and that's beautifully played. Just sits up and gives Kelsey Adams the chance to just free her arms, take the shortish delivery from outside the off stump, and play it over the infield on the leg side down to the railway stand for another 4. That's her second boundary, takes her into double figures. She's on 10. This partnership worth 12, 23 for 2 in the 9th over. So second boundary for the aggressive Adams. It's Sekukune in again, just trying to play that one perhaps more through the offside. Just gets the inside half of the bat, goes to the fielder at mid-wicket. We'll try and get an eyes on who that is. 26 is Tabete at mid-wicket. Kaka down here at fine leg, and it looks like Meso who's next to the umpire. That's nicely played into the offside. Just to backward point. Yolani Furi, the captain, does the fielding. In front of us here at third man, looks like Philun Low, who's just moving her arms around. Maybe I'm wrong there. Sorry, I am wrong. It's Nettleton in front of us here on the third man boundary. Oh my goodness, she's perhaps fortunate to get away with that one. Just trying to free her arms up again, but a lot of bottom hand in that shot, and comes off the inside half of the bat onto the pad, narrowly missing the off stump, and some cries of despair from the DP World Lions fielders as they were hoping that one was going to cannon into the stumps. They made an outstanding start here in defense of that 197, have the DP World Lions, and that's nicely played by Adams. And that is parried there in the covers. Who's that? Let's just have a look at who that is. In the covers, that's Jenna Evans, who just parried that one past Kirsty Thompson. So they take a single, and that is one more to the total, 24 for the loss of 2. And not a bad over there for Western Province. So 5 off it. That's the one boundary and the single to Kirsty Adams. She's on 11. Sarah Smith's on 2. And with that single, it will once again be Adams who keeps the strike. So one thing we know already about Kelsey Adams is that she can count to 6, because she kept the strike at the end of both of the 2 overs, so she knows when the last ball is, and she managed to get through for those singles. She's going to be facing the captain once again, Yolani Furi, who's going to be bowling away from us here at the Weinberg end, and that is a full toss, and that's played very nicely. 2 bounces, 4 into the leg side, and the deep mid-wicket is not going to be able to cut that off. So another boundary for Adams. She moves to 15, and the score goes to 28 for the loss of 2 in the 10th over. Kelsey Adams just already started to accelerate the run rate here. And that one's up in the air. That is probably going to be out. And it is. Jenna Evans is not going to miss that. And Kelsey Adams, You live by the sword, you die by the sword, and in this instance, not quite able to get that pull shot correct. And all she's able to do is sky it, and Jenna Evans, who is an excellent fielder, the youngster, takes that one easily from her position at square leg. Kelsey Adams is absolutely furious with herself, and so she might be, having just played that one into the air, and is gone for 15. So what promised there to be a very good innings, unfortunately for her, has ended. She is out to the captain, Yolani Fourie. She made 15 off, I don't know how many balls we'll get that for you just now. But Kelsey Adams with 3 boundaries in that 15, but unfortunately not able to push on off 15 off only 20 balls with 3 fours. Yeah, and that was just skied it into the air off the off spin of the captain, and 3rd wicket down for 6 Gun Grill. Western Province with a score on 28 in the 10th over. Not a very good position for them as Nadine de Klerk comes to the crease. A big job now for Nadine de Klerk to do with the score on 28 for the loss of 3. And so it will be Smith and de Klerk who will have to... Sorry, it's Tucker. Sorry, it isn't de Klerk, it's Tucker. Delmy Tucker that's come to the crease. Apologies, thank you, Sherry, for that. Looking at the scoreboard, was originally showing de Klerk to come in at 5. Delmy Tucker, who's going to have to play a very long innings together with Sarah Smith here. That one tossed up, and that's nicely played down the ground by Smith to the long on. And long on in front of us is Raisibe Ntozaki, who you expect will also have a job to do with the ball a little bit later. Last ball now of Yolani Fourie's 5th over, and she tosses that up beautifully again. This time Delmy Tucker just plays it into the leg side, and there is no addition to the score. 30 for the loss of 3 after 10. That's easy for somebody to do the maths on that. 10 overs gone, 3 wickets down, and that is 3 runs per over exactly. Required rate is only 4.4, but the big issue here for 6 Gun Grill Western Province is the loss of those 3 wickets. And so just looking at the scorecard and comparatively at the end of the power play for the DP World Lions, after 10 overs, they were 34 for the loss of 2. That was before Kirsty Thompson started to really get going with them and get going with that score really moving along with her better than a runnable 50. So Western Province will be just looking to consolidate perhaps at the moment and then build that score as they go along, as Sekukune bowls nicely outside the line of the off stump. And one thing we know about Tumi Sekukune is that she is generally very accurate outside the off stump. She might not what she lacks in pace, she certainly makes up for in her consistency of line and length, and if she is able to settle in, could make it very difficult for this Western Province pair to score a significant number of runs. She's bowling to a 5-4 offside leg side field. She's in towards us now. Just played slightly uppishly by Delmy Tucker. No pressure, though, on the batter for any close-in fielders. And you wonder perhaps whether the Lions, who are defending 197, may want to bring in some closer fielders, perhaps. At the moment, a ring field on the offside. And that's played into the leg side, and there'll be a quick single as Smith comes to the danger end. And it's nicely picked up by Meso from her square leg position. Meso took a good catch, reasonably easy, but you still have to take the catches early on of Ayabonga Kaka to remove the dangerous Andre Stain. Stain not got a chance, who didn't have a chance to really settle in, as Sekukune is bustling in. A very nice fluid action that she has, and just very economical in the way in which she just comes into the wicket, and really is a pleasure to watch her bowl. The Proteas bowler, and not making the squad for the recent T20 World Cup. She's in again. That's nicely played by Smith into the offside, but it is no run. End of the 11th over, 2 off it. It's 32 for the loss of 3. A reminder, if you are just joining us, we lost about half an hour this morning in terms of the amount of play we're going to get. So 2 overs per side that were taken off to make sure we still got a game here. And so 48 overs per side, with 3 bowlers are allowed to bowl 10 overs, and 2 bowlers maximum of 9 if you do have 5 bowlers, and that was the case in the Western Province bowling attack, only using the 5 bowlers, as it's Yolani Fourie, and that's played in the air slightly again by Delmi Tucker, and it brings a change immediately in the field, which is something that doesn't actually surprise me. One thought it might have happened a bit earlier. Karabo Meso in early. Oh my goodness, Delmi Tucker trying to play a reverse sweep off a ball that was pitched up, and she misses it, and she's bowled. And that is not an intelligent shot to play when you are 32 for the loss of 3, and you have to bat through another 38 overs. And Delmi Tucker, why she was trying to play that shot is beyond me, but maybe she will be able to tell us later, as it will now be, it looks like. Is it going to be? No, it's not. Sinala Jafta comes to the crease and will replace Tucker. Tucker, who only made 2, and she was bowled by Fourie of how many balls? Of 6 deliveries. So 2 of 6 deliveries for Delmi Tucker, and she will be kicking herself as to how she even thought she would be able to play that shot so early in her innings, in the position in which Western Province found themselves. They are in desperate trouble at the moment. So Sinala Jafta, who played a couple of really good innings for South Africa in the most recent past in the T20 World Cup, comes to the crease with her team in all kinds of trouble. 32 for 4. A reminder that this season in the 50-over competition, Western Province are actually unbeaten in the competition so far. Certainly today does not look like a good day for them. Yolani Fourie in again, and that tossed up beautifully by the off spinner, and played back to the bowler. So she's picked up 3 wickets for 17 in her 6th over here. Fourie tossed up again, and that's played, and that could be out. No, it's not. It's over the boundary by Sinala Jafta. She hits that one beautifully, and that has gone all the way for a maximum. Just picked it up, and Sonette Falunlo on the boundary here at deep mid-wicket had no price for that. That sailed massively over her head, but it has gone for 6, 38 for 4 now, and just forward defensively is Jafta. She is going to have to play the innings of her career here, one feels, for Western Province to get over the line. Certainly her and Smith are capable of doing that. But Fourie has been outstanding so far. That's just played very nicely into the leg side. They should be able to turn for 2, and they do. Jafta's coming back for the second. She makes it easily as the throw in the deep from Kaka comes in. She's on to 8. almost immediately off, I think, only 3 or 4 deliveries. And that huge 6, and then the 2. And it is now 40 for the loss of 4 after 12 overs. And it will be Smith to face the first delivery of the next over from Tumi Sekakune. He's got 2 overs, 0 for 7. Yolani Fori, 6 overs, 3 for 25. The third wicket in that over, that of Delmi Tucker, who was bowled, trying to reverse sweep the off spinner just 2. Sekakune to Smith. Oh, just tries to dab that one down into the offside and doesn't make contact. And very dangerous ploy. No foot movement necessary, just hanging the bat out there and trying to make contact, but there is no addition to the score. That one down the leg side from Sekakune will be signalled wide, and 1 extra to the total, 41 for 4 in the 13th over. It is Smith on 4. So the 4th wicket went down with the score on 32. Only a partnership of 4 between Tucker and Smith. Kelsey Adams, who in attempting to hit Yolani Fori out of the ground on the leg side, could also only spoon the ball up in the air quite high, but Jenna Evans took a good catch at square leg. Sekakune in again. That's very nicely played, and that is not the greatest footwork there by Jenna Evans as she tries to slide that one into the net and doesn't manage to get foot onto the ball. She does manage to get a foot onto the ball, so probably prevented the boundary, but they go through for 2. And there is an immediate change to the field. Evans being replaced at that mid-wicket region by Karabo Meso. And Evans moves to square leg. Smith's gone to 6 with that 243 for 4 in the 13th over. And that's played very late by Smith to the fielder at backward point. Let's just have a look at who that is. I think that's Nettleton. Backward point. No, it's not. It's the captain Fori. Sorry, apologies. Just trying to get my bearings here on the fielders. Actually, Nettleton. I think it's Sarah Nettleton in front of us here at third man. And that will now go to third man off the outside edge of Smith's bat, and go through for the single. Sanola Jafta will be on strike. Jafta with number 10 on her back, taking her guard from umpire Gaynor Sabola, who is standing at the northern end of the ground, the Kelvin Grove end. And she'll be facing her first delivery from Tumi Sekakune. Sekakune bowling from the Kelvin Grove end here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. Into Sanola Jafta now, and Jafta just behind that one very nicely out to mid off region, and Karabo Meso comes around from extra cover, and there is no run. 44 for 4, all the 4s, 44 for 4 after 13 overs. And they're really getting through their overs very quickly here are the DP World Lions. And there will be a change of bowling, will there? Or is it still going to be the captain? I think it is a change of bowling. Let's have a look. We're marking out their run-up here. It could well be Sarah Nettleton that's coming on to bowl. It is indeed Nettleton. We'll see what she bowls. The first time that I've actually have seen her bowl. So we are going to have a look now at the action as she's in to Smith. Nettleton bowling right arm over the wicket to Smith, and that's a nicely flighted delivery. Looks like she may in fact be a maybe a leg break bowler. Tosser very nicely played by Smith, but there is no run there, says her partner Sonalo Jafta. That's huge hit there, and is that going to go all the way? It has gone all the way. That has, as Sarah Smith takes on the spin of Sarah Nettleton and connects with. Didn't sound like she got all of it, but she certainly got enough to go over the head of Kirsty Thompson at mid-off and over the boundary here in front of us. As it's going to be Nettleton again. That's the 50 up for Six Gun Grill Western Province, and she plays that one very nicely out into the offside, but she won't beat Thompson this time as it goes to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. So that 50 coming up for Six Gun Grill Western Province of 13.4 overs, and that I think is virtually exactly the same number of overs that the 50 came up for the DP World Lions. In fact, just looking at the score there, after 15 overs, the DP World Lions were 56 for 2, but their 50 did come up in the 13th over. Now, 13.3 overs, in fact, they were 55 for 2, so 13.4 overs for the 50 for Six Gun Grill Western Province, but they have lost those 4 wickets, and that over there just improving the run rate to 3.6 per over. It's going to be Sonalo Jafta to face Tumi Sekukune, bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. That's just pushed into the offside, and Sarah Smith wants the run. She's not going to take it. Sent back. It's a bit of hesitation there as that ball went into the covers, and then good fielding there by Sunette Falyunlo. So we have in front of us here at third man Sarah Nettleton, then Yolani Fourie at backward point, Falyunlo at extra cover, and we'll just see who. I think that is that's down the leg side, and some quick running here from Jafta, but she is not going to come back for the second. It's off the pad, and so a leg by to Six Gun Grill Western Province, 51 for 4 in the 15th over. That brings Sarah Smith onto strike for the right arm over bowler Tumi Sekukune. First leg by of the innings. Sekukune into her, and that's beautifully played through the covers, sat up wide outside the off stump, and Sarah Smith is not going to miss out on those, and it's through past the point fielder and goes down to the boundary in front of the Oaks for 4 runs. That's a very good shot there by Sarah Smith, and going with her maximum in the previous over. She now moves to 17, scored to 55 for 4 after 14.3 overs. And it will be Sekukune to continue. Oh, nicely fielded on her follow through by the Momentum Proteas bowler. And there is no run. So the southern end of the ground, the Weinberg end, which is where we're commentating from, and the cameras of Pitch Vision are bringing you this action. We have umpire Wilma Jones at the northern end, which is where Tumi Sekakune is bowling from now. We have umpire Gaynor Sabola, and there is one ball left in this Tumi Sekakune over. The long-haired Sekakune locks flow in the wind as she bustles into bowl. She's really got a very bustly type of action. She's very energetic in her run in, and that's bowled her. She's bowled her. It's gone straight through her, straight through, and that one between bat and pad knocks back the off stump, and they are cock-a-hoop, are the DP World Lions players. That reduces Western Province to 55, a loss of 5. Sarah Smith is gone, off stump knocked back by Tumi Sekakune, and after 15 overs, 55 for the loss of 5, and it will be now Nadine de Klerk who comes out to join her Proteas teammate Sinalo Jafta, and potentially now, in fact, they're not going to take a drink yet. It is 15 overs gone, 55 for 5, and that is a huge blow for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Sarah Smith, 17 she scored, and we'll get those numbers for you now. Of 34 balls, she hit 1-4 and 1-6, and that's 17, a strike rate of 50 there for Sarah Smith, and she joins her teammates Andre Stain, Laura Goodall, Kelsey Adams, and Delmi Tucker back in the dugout. She looks disconsolate as she walks back slowly to the dugout, drops her helmet and drops her gloves. She wipes the sweat off her brow and thinks what might have been had she still been there. Some earnest discussion happening now between Jafta and the new batter Nadine de Klerk. And it does look like they are taking a drink at the moment, which they would have done anyway after 15 overs. The umpires are not having had a drink, I don't think. They're just standing talking in the middle. Umpires Jones and Sabola. And it is 55 for 5. So just as a comparison, after 15 overs, in fact, the first drinks break, it was 56 for the loss of 2 were the DP World Lions, as and one of the substitute fielders, I think, is running out with refreshments for the umpires. That's very nice to see. In fact, exactly what's happened. So some drinks there for the umpires out in the middle, and they've had a busy 15 overs so far, as Western Province have stuttered along to 55 for 5 after those 15. But a batting rate of 3.7 runs per over. The rate achieved is not really an issue. The bigger issue here is that they are 5 wickets down as Nadine de Klerk, the Proteas all-rounder, comes into bat. And the last really recognized batter here for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. These two, Jafta and de Klerk, have a job to do today for their team if they are to get over the line here, as Captain Leah Jones is the next batter designated to come in, and after that, Osipo Vezi, Gemma Buerta, and Tatum LaRue. So not sure that order will stay the same. It may do. Gemma Buerta, who has made some useful runs for the SA Under-19 team as well. So Western Province hoping that she perhaps won't even have to come into bat today. But at this stage, at 55 for 5, very, very difficult situation for the hosts. They still need 143 to win. But the number of balls left is exactly the total they need to win. 198 balls left, 143 to win. And it is Tumi Sekakune, bowled 4 overs, 1 for 15. Sarah Nettleton, who is going to be bowling now, bowled 1 over for 6, just that massive hit that Sarah Smith hit over her head, and Faree 3 for 25 and 6 as Nettleton away from us now to Jafta, and Jafta has a go at that one outside the off stump, short and wide it was, but she doesn't make contact. Half an appeal from Mapu and the bowler, a bit of an afterthought from the bowler perhaps. Nettleton, it'll be once again to Jafta. This one is outside the off stump again, and another half an appeal from keeper Mapu, and she just going to speak to the bowler Nettleton, just saying please join in the choir a bit earlier there so we can get the decision from the umpire. No, I don't think she was saying that, but very happy with the bowling so far from the leg spinner, and that one is just played back to the bowler. So big job for these two here for Six Gun Grill Western Province. 55 for 5 in the 16th over. Oh, it's very nicely played, but only as far as Tumiseka Kune in the covers, and there is no run. So just to get the glasses on Sarah Nettleton here, just to see exactly what she's doing with that delivery. Yeah, and it's the leg spinner. That's to hit her in front. She's given her. She has given her, and that is not a surprise. She went for the sweep shot, and that's hit her in front, and it would have gone on to probably hit middle and off. And again, you must question the shot selection there from the Proteas batter, with 55 for 5 on the board, and the ball that is moving away from her from the leg spinner, and she plays around the front pad trying to hit the ball against the spin, and so we lose, Western Province lose their 6th wicket with a score on 55, and Sanala Jafta is making her way back to the pavilion, and who's coming out now? It looks like Gemma Buerta is actually coming out to bat. Let's have a look and see if it is the youngster. It is indeed. So the 16-year-old Gemma Buerta coming out, the SA under-19 player, coming out to bat now for Six Gun Grill Western Province, who are in an absolutely dire situation at 55 for the loss of 6. Last wicket to fall, that of Sanala Jafta. LBW to the leg spin of Sarah Nettleton, playing across the line, trying to sweep the ball against the spin. Took the front pad, but she wasn't far out of her crease, and umpire Jones at the Weinberg end, no hesitation in raising the finger on that one. So Nettleton, 1 ball left in her over. It's outside the off stump, just left alone by Buerta, and there is no run. End of the 16th over, 55 for 6 are Six Gun Grill Western Province. Nettleton 2 overs, 1 for 6. Commentary. First run there for Nadine de Klerk as a change of bowler. Kirsty Thompson bowling her medium paces from the Kelvin Grove end. Fifth bowler to be used by Captain Yolani Faree. Tumiseka Kune 1 for 15 off her 4 overs. getting a wicket off the last ball of her spell. Sarah Smith getting bowled through the gate. The off stump being pegged back as Thompson bowls now. That is very wide to my brain is not working, to Gemma Buerta, and the young right-handed batter for Western Province will have nothing to do with that one, certainly, as the score goes to 57 for the loss of 6. 2 wickets went down with the score on 55, that of Smith and Jafta. As Thompson's in again, and that's just nicely played by Buerta. Back to the bowler. A period of consolidation, one feels now, is needed for 6-gun grill Western Province. Just bat for the next 10 overs at least, and see where you get 2 runs or not at this stage. That important. Just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Field is quite widespread on the leg side at least, so there are runs at offer if the bowler does stray. It's Thompson in, and that's outside the off stump. It's played in the air through the vacant cover region by Buerta. It's gone for 4 down to the Oaks, and that was hit with power by the youngster through the offside, and a good shot to get her off the mark with that boundary. Slight bit of risk involved in the fact that it was airborne, but into the gap, and that does mean that she has brought about a change to the field. There now is a fielder that's gone out to that deep point area, or deep cover, should I say. That is Karabo Meso, who's gone out to the deep cover area. So we have a third man, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a fine leg. Wood plays to extra cover, and Fulyun Low is in from there. Sunette Fulyun Low, she just hands it to Tumiseka Kune, who's patrolling there at mid-off. Is shining that white ball at the moment for bowler Kirsty Thompson. 61 for 6. Yes, that's right. 61 for 6 in the 17th over. Western Province. Thompson in to Buerta. Buerta hits that one flat batted down the ground. She will not get it past the fielder at mid-on. And fielder at mid-on looks like that might be Tabete at mid-on. Tabete is either at mid-on, or is that in Tozake, sorry. Tozake at mid-on. Mid-wicket is, that is Tabete, as it's Thompson again outside the off stump to Buerta, and she has a go at that, but she misses it. And fortunately for Western Province, no harm done there. And 61 for 6 at the end of 17 overs. And 3.6 runs per over achieved, 4.4 the rate required. Nadine de Klerk and Gemma Buerta at the crease for the home team. It will be Sarah Nettleton, the right arm wrist spinner, who took a wicket in her last over when she got the Proteas and Western Province wicketkeeper Sonala Jafta trapped in front. LBW trying to sweep her away on the leg side, one that was in fact moving, straightening from the off stump, and that's very nicely flighted by Nettleton, and certainly can afford to flight the ball here with 6 wickets down, just tempting that off drive from Nadine de Klerk, and that's lofted again and nicely played by de Klerk, but only as far as Jenna Evans at extra cover. So we've got a short third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, long on, and that is tossed up, and tossed up so much it doesn't bounce, but no damage as it's played once again to Jenna Evans by Nadine de Klerk. That one a lot flatter from the leg spinner. So it's a got down here? It's 5-4 offside leg side field. As it's Nettleton in again. That's very nicely played, but once again played straight to Jenna Evans at extra cover. And Nadine de Klerk just must not get frustrated here as Nettleton is plying her trade. There's plenty of time to get these runs. The only thing that Western Province don't have in abundance is wickets. So they are 6 down. Nettleton away from us again, and that's outside the off stump, nicely dabbed by de Klerk, but only as far as Ayabonga Kaka, who is at shortish third man. It's a maiden over from Sarah Nettleton, and just a few shots there that just didn't quite evade the fielder at extra cover, but certainly good bowling in the main from the DP World Lions bowler, who took a wicket in her previous over, that of Sinalo Jafta. So if you are just joining us, earlier on in the day, it was the captain of Six Gun Grill Western Province, Leah Jones, that won the toss and elected to bowl first in conditions that were rather overcast, a pitch that was perhaps a little bit sticky, and also an outfield that was not very quick with overnight rain. Start was delayed by about half an hour. We lost 4 overs as a result, 2 overs per team. That's down the leg side from Kirsty Thompson and will be signalled wide by umpire Gaynor Sabola. And the DP World Lions, in their batting attempt, got to 197 for the loss of 5. And big contributions there from Kirsty Thompson, 52, and Korabo Meso for 51. It's the same Thompson who's coming towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, and that just bounces a little bit on Gemma Buerta there, and they go through for the single as it comes down to Nettleton at third man. And in reply to that 197 disastrous start for Six Gun Grill Western Province, they lost Laura Goodall to the impressive Yolani Faree, caught and bowled when the score was on 3. And sorry, score was on 5, I apologize. And then they lost Andre Stain with a score on 11. Oh, that one into the body of Nadine de Klerk. She's just going to trot through for the single. Bit of bounce there from Kirsty Thompson, bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. At this beautiful ground here in the leafy suburb of Claremont, in the southern suburbs of Cape Town, Newlands Cricket Ground, one of the most beautiful grounds in the world. It's Thompson again into Buerta. Buerta has a go at that one outside the off stump. Not quite sure where that would have gone had she actually connected with it. But once again, a difficult situation here for the 16-year-old. She has to probably bat for one of the longest times in senior cricket that she would have done if she's going to get her team over the line. She's been sent out ahead of the captain. Oh, she plays that one down into the ground. It looked like that was a catch to the wicketkeeper Mapu, and Jones, who just it's Buerta now just trying to just tighten her pads, maybe a little time just to reflect on what's happening. She just needs to calm down a bit and perhaps just take her time. Maybe her senior partner at the other end who's leaning on her bat, and Nadine de Klerk, needs to just come down and reassure her. That's not happening at the moment. And just say, okay, just let's, no, she was trying to play that one fine. Nothing wrong with the intent, but she could so easily have been caught behind by Mapu. Is a good shot from Buerta. Gets down onto it very nicely. Plays it back past the bowler, but only as far as Tumi Sekakune at mid-off. There is no run. 64 for the loss of 6 wickets. So just to carry on with that scorecard, it was Andre Stain who was the next to go. Second wicket fell with a score on 11. That's going to be another catch. It is, and that is a poor shot from Gemma Burta, it must be said. And that goes once again into the mid-wicket region. And the fielder there, I think, is Tabete. Let's just have a look there, see if we can see who that fielder was. It is actually Tabete, because we had Montazaki at mid-off. So that is now the 7th wicket down for Six Gun Grill, Western Province. And it is Tabete who took that catch there at mid-wicket. Gemma Burta perhaps unsettled from what happened earlier in the innings, and really was not a good shot to play considering the match situation. You can't blame her. The young 16-year-old is now 64 for 7 at the end of 19 overs, and Nadine de Klerk, one feels now, has an even bigger role to play in getting the team over the line, as it is, I think, is it the captain who's going to the crease, or is it Nosipo Veze? Nosipo Veze, or is that, it looks like it is Leah Jones, the captain, that is coming to the crease. No? Yes. Indeed. And she now has to get her team over the line with the experienced de Klerk at the other end, as Tabete, who takes that catch off the bowling. Oh, that played straight to Jenna Evans, and the run called by Nadine de Klerk. Leah Jones a little bit on the back foot there, perhaps just a bit of ball watching, and she manages to take off, and there is no danger as Evans knocks that on. But it's a big role to play now for Captain Jones and de Klerk, as they're 65 for 7 Six Gun Grill, Western Province. And that is over the top, is it? Yes, just over the top, as the Captain Jones plays her first delivery and manages to just clear Jenna Evans on the edge of the circle at extra cover. And that could so easily have been the 8th wicket for Western Province. It's Nettleton again, and that's played straight back to the bowler, Nettleton, who's been bowling very well from the Weinberg end of the ground. De Klerk looking for the single there. There's no run on offer there, and just sense there's a need for just some kind of level head out there at the moment for Six Gun Grill, Western Province. She's down the ground and she's dropped off her own bowling by Nettleton. Difficult chance, it must be said, but she did try. Tumiseka Kuna comes around from the covers and just gives us some reassurance there that it's okay. You're bowling really well. She's taken 1 for 9. She's onto the last ball of her 4th over, and it's nicely bowled to the Captain. Jones just plays it into the covers from outside the off stone. 20 overs gone. 67 for the loss of 7. It is Six Gun Grill, Western Province, playing against the DP World Lions in this the 4-day competition. So 4-day, listen to me. The 1-day competition, 50 overs per side competition, and the CSA women's teams that play in this competition every a lot of weekends. There are 3 weekends to go for the hosts here, Western Province. 3 weekends in the tournament left. They are on top of the log at the moment, have a lead of 4 points over the Dolphins, and they are the only 2 teams at the moment that are in with a realistic chance of winning the title. And Western Province playing against the Dolphins next week before they finish their campaign against this same Lions team up in Johannesburg. And that's through for Yun Low, but it is going to be fielded on the boundary very nicely out there by, let's have a look at who that is. Is that, just see who's on the boundary. Yes, Low misses that one, and the boundary fielder from cover comes around. That's Karabo Meso, who's on the boundary out there in the deep. They take a single, 68 for 7. Good. Right? Oh, okay. So, in terms of the current situation, the Dolphins also losing their 50-over game today. So, 6-gun grill, Western Province still here. Even if they do lose this one, will maintain that buffer over the Dolphins, with the Dolphins still to play against them next weekend. So there is still all to play for. They will certainly want to give this as good a shot as they can. 130 to win still, and only 3 wickets in hand. That's played nicely into the leg side. There is no risk playing that shot backward a point, backward a square, should I say, as there is a fielder on the deep square leg boundary. That is Ayabonga Kaka, the excellent Proteas pace bowler. And that brings Nadine de Klerk on strike to Kirsty Thompson. 3 balls gone in her third over, 1 for 11. Thompson towards us now. And that's a slightly false stroke there. And my goodness, Leah Jones giving everybody here at Western Province some heart palpitations, running halfway down the wicket and then on her way back. But she manages to get back. Tabete missing the stumps anyway with that throw in. Thompson towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. And just tickled into the leg side by de Klerk. They just trot through for a single. Kaka does the fielding and hurls it in to wicketkeeper Mapu. And there is a single, 70 for the loss of 7. It is. So end of the 20, there was 67 for the loss of 7. So just comparing that to the score of the DP World Lions, it was 78 for the loss of 2 at that stage. So certainly quite a difference in the runs, and some good fielding by Filion Low there in the covers at extra cover. There is no run, 70 for the loss of 7, 3 off the over. Thompson 3 overs, 1 for 12. Kaka 4 overs, 1 for 7. Faree 6 overs, 3 for 25. Nettleton 4 overs, 1 for 9, and Sekokune 4 overs, 1 for 15. 70 for the loss of 7. This partnership now 6. Last wicket to fall was that of Gemma Buerta, trying to pull Kirsty Thompson over the leg side and only managing to find the hands of Nkululeko Tabete at mid-wicket, as it's Nettleton again, and that's very nicely played by Nadine de Klerk down to Jenna Evans at long off, and bowler Nettleton signalling to Tozaki, I think it is here in front of me, and to come in when with Leah Jones on strike. It is indeed. So the ring field on the offside for Leah Jones. We've got short third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. It's in the air, and Evans comes around from mid-off. Just bounces once into her hands. It's in the gap between extra cover, which is Thompson, and Evans, who is at mid-off. There is no run. Sorry, it is a run, but no wicket or no alarm there for Captain Jones. Bit of alarm maybe, but no worry. And that's played off in front of the middle and leg stumps by de Klerk, going back and across, and gets a single off the back foot to Thompson, who's in from extra cover. Another single to the score. 3 off the over so far. 73 for the loss of 7. So tempting, these deliveries from Nettleton. just tosses them up into the air, tempting above the eye line, tempting the batter to come out of their crease and hit them over the top. And Leah Jones just slightly airborne with that one, but bouncing a number of times before it reaches Untozake. Once again, but just defensively prodded out into the offside. That's good cricket from Jones, good cricket from Nettleton, and fielded in the covers by the captain, Faree, who's done a good job in marshalling her bowlers. And just really good stuff here from the DP World Lions. They've kept the pressure on right from the beginning on this, what looks like a very formidable batting lineup for Six Gun Grill Western Province, but it doesn't make good reading. Only two batters in double figures. Sarah Smith 17, Kelsey Adams 15, otherwise Stain 5, Goodall 2, Tucker 2, Jafta 8, de Klerk not out 8, Gemma Boerter 5, and Leah Jones is on 3, not out, only Nosipo Vezi and Tatum LaRue to come, as Nadine de Klerk just placed Kirsty Thompson back into the covers to Sunette Fulyun-Low for no run. 73 for 7 after 22.1 overs. Thompson to de Klerk. What's really good about Nadine de Klerk, always looking for something to happen. She's an energetic and cricketer who can just, there's always something happening when Nadine de Klerk is out at the crease or when she's bowling. You just sense something is going to happen, whether it's positive or negative, who knows, but that's just prodded into the air, bounces once, and Tabete picks it up at mid-wicket. She's always thinking about what she's going to do, always actioning. She wears her heart on her sleeve. You know when she's upset, you know when she's overjoyed. Just thoroughly wholehearted cricketer, Nadine de Klerk. That's nicely played into the leg side. That'll be an easy single for de Klerk, and that brings Leah Jones on to strike to Kirsty Thompson. De Klerk has 9, Jones has 3, partnership is 10, 74 for the loss of 7. The run rate required now just creeping up to about 5 and over to win, and it's still plenty of time in the match. Only in the 23rd over, as Jones defends into the offside, picked up by Fulyun-Low at extra cover. There is no run. So we have a third man, point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a fine leg. 5-4 offside leg side field. Kirsty Thompson towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end. That's played quite nicely by the captain Jones down to Sekukune at mid-off. There is no run. End of the over. 23 gone. 25 still to play. 124 to win. Just under 5 runs per over. In fact, scoreboard says 5 runs per over to win. And indeed, if Six Gun Grill Western Province can get 5 runs and over from here without losing any further wickets, they will. That's pretty obvious, but they will win the game. And the rustling you might have heard in the background there is are the wine gums on which our scorer here to the right of me is nervously trying to chew on, as nobody was expecting this team to lose these 7 wickets, as Nadine de Klerk flat bats that one from wide outside the off stump down to Evans at long off. And for Jones, as is their wont, the DP World Lions have brought the field in slightly. Jones just defends. She has a third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Nettleton following her leg breaks. And that's a nice delivery. That's played down the ground. Beautiful shot straight past the bowler by Leah Jones. And that has gone to the fine mid-off boundary or long-off boundary or straight long-off boundary for 479 for 7. Takes the partnership to 15. And just waited for that nicely, did Jones. No need to take any risks now. Already hit one boundary off the over. And that's a lovely shot out into the offside. And unfortunately for Jenna Evans, she can't get around from her position at long off and pierced the field, did Leah Jones, coming down the wicket to the leg spinner. Beautiful shot through the offside, and very good attempt there by Evans, but that takes the score to 83. Jones to 11 with her second boundary of the over. That's shortish, and that is going to get hit out into the leg side over the mid-wicket to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's Sunette Filion Low. She fires it in to wicketkeeper Mapu, but not before they're through for a single. And I think 9 off that over from Nettleton. A very good one for 6-gun grill Western Province. And they move now to 83 for the loss of 7, with Leah Jones on 11, Nadine de Klerk on 10. And this partnership now of 19 is the second highest of the innings so far. And they are going to need plenty more runs from these two. Jones once again on strike. And it will be Thompson again from the Kelvin Grove end. She's in to Jones, just plays it back down the wicket to the offside of straight. Sekukune does the fielding. From mid-off, there is no run. So for the right arm over the wicket, Thompson, there is a third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a fine leg. That's nicely played to the right of Nettleton here at third man, through for a single. And beautiful sunshine out here now at 6-gun grill Newlands. The sun is heading off to the west where Table Mountain range is just to our left-hand side. We're broadcasting from the South Club here in the South Pavilion at Newlands Cricket Ground, and Nadine de Klerk plays it on very nicely down into the leg side. That might meet the field, and it does in fact beat Jenna Evans yet again, coming around from her situation or position at fine leg. She can't quite make it around, gets a hand onto that just before it goes over the rope, and that's a 4 to Nadine de Klerk. She moves to 14. Leah Jones is on 13. The total is 89. And these two so far putting on 25 for the 8th wicket. Thompson again, and that's played into the covers. And that's some sloppy fielding from the captain, Fari. She knows it. Kicks the air there in frustration, having given away the single to de Klerk, as it is Meso in the deep that does the fielding. So another good over so far for 6-gun grill Western Province. The total moves to 90 for the loss of 7. Thompson into Jones. Jones just plays it out to Fari yet again. This time everything behind it. Fari picks it up nicely off the square, and there is no run in the 25th over. Score 90 for the loss of 7. Rate achieved 3.6 runs to the over, looking for a total of about 4.2 in total, and that's nicely defended down the pitch by Jones. And the end of the 25th over, 90 for the loss of 7 or 6 gun Grill Western Province. And this pair have now put on 26 for the 8th wicket. Jones on 13, de Klerk on 15. Thompson, 5 overs, 1 for 19. Kaka, 4 overs, 1 for 7. Fourie, 6 overs, 3 for 25. The destroyer-in-chief has been the captain of the Lions, and that same destroyer-in-chief is back once again into the attack here from the Wynberg end at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. Must be said, I look across at the ground, I can probably see, apart from in the members pavilion, there is probably have about 2 spectators in the ground. Entrance is free. Tomorrow we have the 20 over match between these two teams starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, followed by the Club Cricket Championships. That's very nicely played by Nadine de Klerk out into the offside. Fourie has been very dangerous with the ball. 3 for 25 in her 6.2 overs. That's nicely played by de Klerk, and she does well there. Thompson really angry with herself that she knocked that one on coming across to her right-hand side. Quick single taken by de Klerk brings Jones onto strike, and as Jones comes onto strike, Fourie calls in her long on and long off fielders. So we may have to take a bit of a break soon as the generator comes out. It's beautifully played straight down the ground. Not got all of it though, as it will not make it to the boundary. Or does it make it to the boundary? No, it doesn't. Some good fielding in front of us here as that shot from Leah Jones goes down for 2. And a combination here of Ntozake and Evans that prevents the boundary. So good shot from Leah Jones straight over the bowler's head. Probably one of the safest places in cricket. And as the generator comes on here, as we go into a period of load shedding in a couple of minutes, we may have some. That's going to be out, and she must be mortified with herself. There is the captain, Leah Jones, didn't get all of it and took on the fielder at mid-on, should I say. And that is Ntozake, who takes the catch of the bowling of Fourie yet again, and score now 93 for the loss of 8. You are back with us, generator having kicked in. You might hear it in the background, and that generator did not generate any luck for Six Gun Grill Western Province, as taking a quick single. Tatum LaRue perhaps on her heels a little bit and not responding as quickly as perhaps batter Nadine de Klerk would have liked. She was run out at the striker's end, trying to get through for that run by Sunette Filion-Low, combining with wicketkeeper Marpo. A great throw in over the top of the stumps, and Tatum LaRue short of her ground there, and 93 for 9 the result. No addition to the score since the loss of the wicket of Leah Jones. Tatum LaRue run out by Filion-Low without facing a ball. That is, I think, the worst way to be out in cricket. As Nosibo Vezi, the bowling hero for Six Gun Grill Western Province, is facing. And we are 1 minute short of 4 o'clock here. And scoreboard just catching up at the moment. And it looks as if this innings of Six Gun Grill Western Province, with still over 100 to get and only one batter of consequence, that's Nadine de Klerk at the crease. That's played in the air, but it is to the left of the fielder, and they don't take the run. Not quite sure why they didn't take the run there. It's the end of the over. That's why they didn't take the run. That makes sense, sorry. Look at the scoreboard, which is not up to date yet. So 93 for the loss of 9. As we update, the scoreboard gets updated after the switch over to the generator here. And Nadine de Klerk is at the crease with Nosipo Vezi. Still a job to be done here. The gutsy and energetic Vezi with equally gutsy and energetic Nadine de Klerk at the other end, as Ayabonga Kaka, the Momentum Proteas player, just changes her position from short third man to short fine leg, and that's in the air and it's swept away. Oh, that's really some poor fielding in the deep by Sunette Filion-Low. Just affected that brilliant run out. She now misjudges one on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, and that has gone through to the boundary, and that means that Six Gun Grill Western Province are now only 100 away from the total of the Lions, and that's gone also over mid-wicket. Beautifully played by Nadine de Klerk over Tabete at mid-wicket, and has gone to the boundary for 4. So 2 boundaries off the first 2 deliveries of the over. The score's gone to 101, and that's whipped away backward of square. Will she come back for 2? No, she doesn't. And exposing Nosipo Vezi to the wiles of Captain Yolani Fourie, as Nadine de Klerk goes to 25 with that those 2 boundaries and that single. It's 102 for 9 now are Six Gun Grill Western Province. The 100 coming up in the 27th over. So only about 8 balls later, 9 balls later, than the 100 came up for the DP World Lions. But the big issue for Six Gun Grill Western Province is that they've lost 9 wickets. Oh, it's nicely played by Vezi, just defending into the leg side. And you wonder here why that she's not got everybody packed around the bat with only the 1 wicket to fall, and that's Oh, yeah, they need to. They could have got two there, actually. That's very surprising from de Klerk. Not great cricket, one has to say. It's buys, went through everything. Still 2 balls left, is it, in the over? Or is it just the one? Only 1 ball left in the over, so Nadine de Klerk will be looking for a single off this delivery. Or will she? Maybe it's so it was a buy, yes. Buys off there. So Verdi remains. Now she's got okay, interesting field positioning here. But if she just bunts this out on the leg side to Clerk, she'll get the single that she wants. Oh, and she doesn't. She gets a leading edge, trying to bunt it out on the leg side. She gets a leading edge straight back to the bowler. She's caught and bowled by Faree. Faree gets a fifer, which she does deserve, the captain of DP World Lions, and that is the game. So 6-gun grill, Western Province, all out for 103. Nadine de Klerk is caught and bowled. The way that the first wicket fell is exactly the way that the last wicket falls, and caught and bowled by the captain, Faree, who takes 5 for 37 in 8 overs. Brilliant piece of bowling by the captain, and that is 6-gun grill, Western Province, all out for 103. They lose this match now by 94 runs, a win for the DP World Lions. So just to run through for you the scorecard there for 6-gun grill, Western Province. It was Laura Goodall, the first to go, 2 runs off 7 balls. Second to go, that was with the score on 5. Second to go, Andrew Stain, 5 off 16 with a score on 11. Third